All right, what's up, guys? I'm starting just a couple minutes early just to hang out for a little bit before we get into this. I got everything. Think I got everything set. You guys hear me okay? Let me see. Okay, so I'm showing up on the tube of U's here. Forge lower with trigger guard. What's up, PLA? Yeah, man. Check out JSD Supply. See what they've got over there. Matter of fact, da 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 da. 80% AR-15. Let's see. That one doesn't have the trigger guard on it, though. Nope, that one does. So that's a billet AR lower. That one's 79, but it's got the trigger guard and everything on it. Let's see. See if I can copy this. What's up, Kurt? There you go, Crow. Take a look at that one. Let me see, PLA. Which one was it? Hell, let me open my damn email back up. I didn't know I closed it. PLA, was that the 3D arms printing? Yeah, was that the 3D arms printing you were looking to do the logo? Well, my phone just told me I'm going live. Let me see. I got too many damn things open, but we're gonna run it live. Who else we got?
Dad, I think Mia loves it.
Go. Me and my daughter are off tomorrow, so she's still up. So, Tour Town, what's happening, brother? Blast. What is happening? yeah, man, I got you. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm off for a couple of days, so I'm going to see about mailing that thing out. Probably tomorrow or Tuesday. I just got to find a freaking box big enough for that thing. Yeah, it's funny, man, because I didn't realize sloppy shoes was you. And I was bouncing back and forth. I asked a couple of guys whether they knew anybody sloppy shoes, and everybody was like, no. So I finally just got on with Invader, and I was like, hey, you know a guy named Sloppy Shoes? If you do, can you get him to email me back? He should have an email waiting on him. I just need to hear back from him. And then at first he said, nah, man, I don't know anybody named Sloppy Shoes. And I was like, well, shit, this dude commissioned this thing for you. And I'm about to send it to you. So I just want you to know Sloppy's the one who put me up to this shit. So you're fixing to get something. So yeah, he tripped out. As soon as I sent him the picture and everything, he was like, "No, wait a second, I know who that is." I was like, "All right, well, he put me up to this. Don't blame me for it." So yeah, I gotta kick that out this week. Matter of fact, I had another guy. I don't know whether you might know him. He's another 3D printer. What was it? 3D Arms Printing hit me up to do a logo for him, so I'm going to get him hooked up. He's got a pretty simple design, but I think I'm going to do like a 2-piece design and really trick it out. Pretty similar for what I did for Gundoc's new channel, where it'll be 2 pieces and you can put a light in behind it. Well, similar to what I did for Invader, yeah. Because the front gun design sits off of the back by about 1/2 of an inch to make it stand out, and it's cut off some material that's basically reclaimed steel, so it's got a good surface texture to it. So it's not just like smooth when you paint it. Oh, dude, is that him, the one that's printing the 50 cal rifle and shotgun? Fuck yeah. All right, so we're getting about there. But anyway, guys, this hearing we're going to look at tonight is over so-called domestic terrorists or domestic terrorism. And the reason I want to look at this hearing is because it's basically just domestic spying is what it is. So anybody that's involved like we are with firearms, building our own guns, basically anything that these assholes don't agree with, are fixing to get hit with something, basically an expansion of the Patriot Act, where they can monitor all of our communications. They can monitor anything that we're doing online. It's fixing to get really crazy. I covered these on my channel. Matter of fact, that might be the first video we buzz through real quick. Let me see. Let me switch this up. Let me find it. So I know I downloaded it. Here it is. Oh, it's me. What's up, perps? Damn, I'm even wearing the same black shirt in this one. Guess I wear a lot of black shirts. But yeah, Crow, these guys are doing some serious stuff. Let me see just while we're screwing around. Let me see if I can pull something up real quick. Damn it, if I'm going to learn how to type one of these days. Probably not. No, that's not it. Where's it at? Here it is, 3D Arms. And I'm just going to throw the link up there. But yeah, that's his logo. Sure as shit. Good deal. Yeah, I'm going to have to hook him up with something freaking cool. Yeah, Crow, that's the link he was talking about for the 3D printed shotgun. Whilst my freaking cat, or actually my wife's cat, is playing all over my damn headphones and shit again. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, the diversified machine case, and there's a bunch of others. And see, it hit us. Yeah. Yeah, Jeff. Yeah, special guest. And I'm going to have my freaking special guest, the cock out there going off here in a little while. But now the diversified machine thing, when we were looking at how in the hell the ATF knew to basically hold off, what was it, 800 and something people that had tried to do Form 1s and actually send agents out to them. Well, it's because they had those people's financial records or they had customer records. That's the reason they knew those 800 and something people were the ones that they were going to send agents out to. So, yeah, that was going to get crazy. So let's go ahead and play this. Let me mute something else so I don't have it playing in my damn headphones. So let's see. Let's play this. The first thing is, what's going on, Perps? Or what up, Perps? Well, fits with everything going on right now. My last video was that gun trafficking video. And in there it started to talk about domestic violence or domestic terrorism. I'm sorry, there's been so many domestic violence bills that I'm getting confused on stuff. Now, these bills, I'm going to cover two, and I'm going to do them back to back. I was going to do them together, but I think I'm going to split them up. So, these bills go into domestic terrorism. If you know anything about, say, organizations like the Proud Boys, anything about the Boogaloo, there are a couple other. Yeah, now I touched on it briefly right at the start of this video, but the video I did right before this one, I can't remember which bill it was, but they kept mentioning domestic terrorism in this gun ban bill that they wanted to do. So it dovetailed right into this one. Matter of fact, I think the bills came out like within just a day or two of one another. So you could kind of see where the Democrats were going with it. But it was all about the domestic spying. It was all about basically collecting data and monitoring things like social media, the 3%ers. The government really wants to classify all these guys as white supremacists and terrorists, even though they're not. If you don't know anything about the Proud Boys, they were an organization that started out on college campuses to basically stand up to the Antifa types that were trying to shut down right-wing speakers. That's where they came from. They're not a racist organization. They have plenty of members that are different colors, different religions. Doesn't matter. It's just an all-male organization when it comes to the Proud Boys. But any of the media coverage in the last little while just tries to demonize, just disagree with the left. Ron Wyden, it's moving through the Senate. Yeah, I read the second time. This bill right now, let me look at. I wish I could share all this on my screen without my screen going nuts. Where's that? So this bill right now, it's increased in the last little while. This bill has 207 sponsors in the House right now. And 3 of them are supposed to be Republicans. Fitzpatrick, Bacon, and Upton. Those are the 3 Republicans that are actually sponsoring this bill. So 207 sponsors, of course, 204 of them are all Democrats. And I say it like that because I don't see any independents on here right now. So that's when I covered this bill. Let's go ahead and let me pull the hearing back up, and we'll get to the actual
committee
hearing.
will please come to order. A quorum.
Yep. Let's all please come to order, kids.
Being present, without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any matter or measure or adopting any amendment for which a recorded vote for the ayes and nays are ordered. I would like to remind members that we've established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating amendments, exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our markup today. Excuse me. If you'd like to submit materials, Please send them to the email address that has been previously distributed to your offices, and we will circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as possible. I would also ask members, both those in person and those appearing remotely, to mute your microphones when you are not speaking. This will help prevent feedback and other technical issues. You may unmute yourself anytime you seek recognition. Before I call up the first bill, I recognize the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for a point of personal privilege.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this moment of...
Yeah, and for any of y'all that don't know Sheila Jackson Lee, she's an absolute moron. Of course, Jerry Nadler's little Humpty Dumpty ass that was just talking, he ain't much better. But Sheila Jackson Lee is out of Texas, and she is a complete race-baiting, gun-hating, absolute moron. So that's where we're at.
Deep and continuing sad.
Oh, Crow, if you're from Houston, man, I'm sorry. Houston's, from what I've heard, it's a great place. I would love to go visit, but you have, I think, this jackass representing you. She's one that said an AR-15 was as heavy as like 8 boxes you would use to move, and shot a 50 caliber rifle or a 50 caliber slug. Yeah, that was it, Crow. Yep. That was her.
This is the loss of one of our beloved staff persons, Greg Berry. Larger than life. So many people have known him, been with me for more than a decade. Chief counsel, but I'd like to call him our chief guru, the guider of our office, the protector of democracy, the lover of equality.
Oh man, you went to Austin, so you're in the little California of Texas right now.
The lover of justice. He was a worldly man. He traveled from the West Coast to the East Coast, graduating from the University of Pennsylvania School of Law, receiving his BA from the University of Washington, and then master's in political science from Michigan, a PhD candidate at...
Let me see whether I can speed this heifer up, because they just go to talking about this dude that just died, and I really don't give a shit.
Reports to Congress. These are reasonable, measured policies to help focus the federal government's resources on the threats that continue to terrorize and kill Americans.
Now, hold on. Let me pull up something real fast so we can all kind of see or hear what this actually doing. Let me pull up text of the bill. And this is on congress.gov. So this is to authorize dedicated domestic terrorism offices within the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation to analyze and monitor domestic terrorist activity and require the federal government to take steps to prevent domestic terrorism. That is basically the long title of that bill. And I'll kick that down here in case anybody wants to actually read this pile of horse shit.
In April 2020, the committee held a hearing titled Hate Crimes and the Rise of White Nationalism. Last February, the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security held a hearing on the rise of domestic terrorism in America.
Now, remember, this ties into all the stuff with 80% right now. If you were here for the stream that we did on the Ghost Gun hearing, remember they kept mentioning white supremacists constantly, domestic terrorists, white supremacists. Hey, Clovertack, what's happening, brother? So that's one of the reasons I wanted to do this hearing, is because this all ties into all the stuff going on with 80% guns right now. This becomes more domestic spying. This is any sort of electronic records, because again, they push this into, and they keep pushing the idea that anybody buying 80% guns has to be a criminal, a white supremacist, or a terrorist. Because why wouldn't they just go to a gun store and pass a FFL background check or a NICS background check?
Last month, the Crime Subcommittee held a hearing on the rise in violence against minority institutions. We have been forced to return to the subject of domestic terrorism year after year as our communities repeatedly face the grim reality that we must do more to combat white supremacy and domestic violent extremism. Recent white supremacist attacks have reminded minority communities across the country of a dark history we have not yet escaped. The 2019 shooting spree at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, which left 22 people dead and 24 more wounded, marked the deadliest attack in modern times against the Latino community in the United States. The El Paso attack was also the third deadliest act of violence by a domestic terrorist in more than 50 years. Sadly, many of these attacks have targeted houses of worship. In 2012, a white supremacist entered a Sikh temple in Milwaukee and murdered 6 people. 3 years later, 9 worshipers were murdered by a white supremacist at the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston. And in 2018, 11 congregants in Pittsburgh's Tree of Life Synagogue were gunned down in the middle of Sabbath services. Following these tragedies, the committee heard from numerous...
Now, notice this guy is, hey, Heath, notice this guy isn't saying anything about when a guy from the Black Hebrew Israelites busted up into a synagogue and shot a bunch of people. Notice he didn't mention anything that were, a few years ago, 2 Muslims went to a place in Texas and shot up a bunch of people. I don't know whether he mentions like the Pulse nightclub shooting and a few other shootings that have happened like that, but they keep pushing this white supremacist deal. Yeah, correct. You're right, man. If I'm building an 80% gun, like one sitting over there that I can't pick up right now, or the one back there that I can't pick up right now, or that one, ultimately, yeah, I'm saving money because I'm only putting the parts on that I want to put on the gun. I'm not buying a gun and then refitting it with a bunch of different parts. Or in some cases, some people are paying gunsmiths to do extra parts for them. Yeah, you can. Typically, you're not going to come out a whole hell of a lot cheaper unless you're doing some higher-end work and doing it by yourself.
Numerous experts and community leaders who described the continued threat posed by white nationalism and the continued need to do more to keep Americans safe. It was clear last year that there was a need to address this threat, which is why we passed this legislation in the House with bipartisan support. Unfortunately, it languished in the Senate. Since then, racial, ethnic, and religious minorities have continued to face intimidation and violence. Recent attacks include the murder of 6 people of Asian descent at spas in Atlanta last summer, 5 Jewish...
Okay, that one pisses me off more than anything. Well, not more than anything. But the guy who shot up the spas in Atlanta was suffering from a sex addiction. The guy was going around to these spas and basically getting happy endings all the time. He targeted these people to shoot him not because they were Asian. And they keep pushing that and keep pushing that and keep pushing that, even though the investigation showed that shooting had nothing to do with race, none whatsoever. It's just another way they're pushing the narrative.
Americans being held hostage in their Texas synagogue, and numerous bomb threats across several historically black colleges and universities during Black History Month. The Department of Justice has an array of statutory authorities to bring charges against domestic terrorists, including those who are white supremacists, but it is abundantly clear that the department has not initiated a sufficient number of these prosecutions. This legislation would give DOJ the tools it needs to monitor, identify, and prosecute domestic terrorism cases, along with the data it needs to focus on the greatest threats. In January, the department announced a new unit to combat domestic terrorism. While I hope this unit proves to be effective, there are additional steps Congress can and must take to protect Americans from domestic violent extremists. H.R. 350 takes the proactive step of creating offices within DOJ and DHS to pool resources from all parts of each department to focus them on the greatest domestic terror threat, white supremacy. To ensure that law enforcement across the country has the tools it needs to stand against this threat, H.R. 350 also establishes the Domestic Terrorism Executive Committee, which must meet at least 4 times per year to coordinate with U.S. attorneys and other public safety officials to promote information sharing and ensure an effective, responsive, and organized joint effort to combat domestic terrorism. It also directs the FBI to assign a special agent or hate crimes liaison to each FBI field office to investigate hate crime incidents with a nexus to domestic terrorism. Every part of the country deserves responsive, well-trained law enforcement officers to protect all Americans from white supremacist violence. The bill therefore requires DOJ and DHS to review the training each department provides to state and local law enforcement to ensure that their programs include training and resources to assist law enforcement agencies in understanding, detecting, deterring, and investigating.
Now, this is another point I will say during this whole thing. The January 6th people that were arrested, these idiots basically pushed the narrative that everybody who was involved in January 6th, white supremacists, yada yada. There were people that actually carried some flags with swastikas on them during the January 6th stuff. But they were calling our federal government a bunch of Nazis. There were people that said some things that they took completely out of context that was calling our federal government Nazis. Hey, Bacon, what's up, brother? And they took that out of context and tried to push this whole white supremacy deal with it. I was watching live streams of the whole day, multiple live streams, and saw people of every color during that event. Matter of fact, there was one chick, and I'll never forget it. She apparently had a knife on her and was pulling a knife out, and everybody that was around her was calling her out to the police, trying to tell them that, hey, this chick has a knife, and telling her to put the knife away. People who haven't paid attention to this will fall for these narratives. And it drives me absolutely insane.
Investigating acts of domestic terrorism and violent white supremacy. One thought before I close. This legislation is a bipartisan solution to a serious and documented problem facing our country.
Now, remember, I said there were 3 Republicans that signed on to this shit. So 3 Republicans, and then they get, well, actually with 1 Republican, they get to call it bipartisan, but 3 signed on, so it's bipartisan.
We have certainly had our differences in this hearing room when it comes to how Congress should address domestic terrorism and white nationalism. But each one of us must acknowledge that the threat of violence from these extremists is real. I therefore urge my colleagues to address this legislation in the bipartisan, practical spirit in which it is intended. As I said, this very same bill passed the House overwhelmingly on a bipartisan basis 2 years ago. Put another way, we are trying to provide our federal law enforcement agencies with the resources they need to tackle an imminent danger to our constituents. Please do not disrupt this work with sound bites and conspiracy theories. I thank Representative Brad Schneider and Senator Dick Durbin for their diligent work in developing and introducing the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act here in the House and in the Senate. This committee stood together last Congress to pass this legislation in a bipartisan fashion. I urge all members to do so once again to protect the nation from the threat of domestic terrorism and to keep our communities safe. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last fall, September 29th, the National School Boards Association sent a letter to the Biden White House asking the Biden administration to treat parents as terrorists. Let me just read from that letter, because sometimes I
Now, this is another good point that he's making right here. There were a lot of parents that were pissed off about, hey, Bob, what's up? That were real pissed off about the CRT, about closing schools, about the masks. And yeah, the DOJ basically wrote to the FBI and Department of Justice and wanted to start treating these people like they were terrorists because they completely disagreed with these school boards that are indoctrinating children. So if you don't think that they will use this same effort to go after gun owners, people like us that are building 80% guns, people like myself that are online and we're advocating against what the government's doing, and the overreaches of like the ATF, wake up, because this is some of the stuff they're going to use. The Senate bill, I just looked it up real quick because there is a Senate companion to this one. Now, it was passed in the House. That hadn't got a whole lot of traction in the Senate. From what I can see now, there are only 2 co-sponsors in the Senate, Mazie Hirono and Tammy Duckworth. And if you don't know who they are, that might be a good thing because you don't have to deal with their level of stupidity, but you really need to know who these people are. So that was the Senate companion to the bill.
I think we forget the language that was enclosed in that letter, September 29th, 2021. Here's what the language says. This is not a soundbite or a conspiracy theory. This is what they wrote to the Biden White House. The National School Boards Association requests a joint expedited review. The National School Board Association requests that such review examine enforceable actions under the Patriot Act, asking the Biden administration to use the Patriot Act against moms and dads. 5 days later.
Now, if you guys don't know what the Patriot Act is, it's basically a huge domestic spying bill. Domestic data collection. I think the FISA courts came in the Patriot Act. When I first heard about the Patriot Act, which I was a lot younger and didn't know as much as I know now, I was kind of like, hey, yeah, this is going to stop terrorism. And then with a bit of research, found out that it is probably one of the more dangerous bills that's ever been passed by Congress.
5 days later, the Attorney General of the United States sends a memorandum to the director of the FBI. Here's what the memorandum said. I am directing the Federal Bureau of Investigation, working with each United States attorney to convene meetings with federal, local, and territorial leaders within 30 days of the issuance of this memorandum, and to open up dedicated lines of communication for threat reporting, to open up a snitch line on moms and dads. 16 days after that, October 20th, because of a brave whistleblower, we learned that the
What's up, Gizzard? What's happening, brother? Hey, man, I enjoyed your show earlier today, brother. That was a good one. We're going over domestic terrorism bills tonight because they want to treat anybody who disagrees with the federal government as a domestic terrorist.
FBI sent out this email to agents around the country. As a result of Mr. Garland's memo, the Counterterrorism and Criminal Divisions created a threat tag. Again, I'm quoting here from the email. We ask that your offices apply the threat tag to investigations and assessments of threats. All that happens in 22 days. A letter from the School Board Association, memorandum from the Attorney General.
Now, that's a letter from a school board association. Do you not think these same idiots would do the same thing when they get a letter from Congress about, or they get a letter from YouTube, or it bounces back and forth in between YouTube and Congress over people that are building 80% firearms? People like Ralph, Marine Gun Builder, a bunch of the other guys that were mentioned in that letter.
And then an email sent out to FBI agents around the country to put a threat tag, this designation, this label on moms and dads. 22 days. First thing I always say is I've never, in my time in Congress, never seen the federal government move that fast. Never. 22 days. A couple of things we've learned since then. First is between the initial letter on the 29th and the memorandum on the 4th, we learned that Viola Garcia, the individual who signed the letter to the Biden administration from the School Boards Association, was given a plum assignment at the Department of Education. And second, and maybe most importantly, we learned that the National School Boards Association didn't really initiate this whole thing. The Biden administration went to them. Emails that we've now seen show the Department of Education first went to the School Boards Association and said, write the letter to us, give us the pretext.
That sounds a little bit like what YouTube did with this letter from Congress right there. YouTube goes to Congress and said, hey, would you Democrat morons write this letter for us, and then we can start acting against these people under the guise of the whole letter from Congress. Yeah, that Dodd-Frank Act, Crow, yeah, had a lot to do with that.
So we can do what we want to do, namely go after parents. So it was a plot, it was a scheme, it was a plan, started first with the administration, not with the School Boards Association. And then, of course, we have October 21st. October 21st, the day that the Attorney General came in front of this committee and made this statement. I could not imagine any circumstance where parents are treated as domestic terrorists. Only problem with that statement is the very day before, the email had went out to FBI agents around the country saying, treat parents as domestic terrorists, put this threat tag label on them. And now here we are today. Here we are today with the bill that's going to codify, in effect, what took place that the chairman refuses to actually have any more hearings on, something that is, I think, front and center of the folks I talked to in the 4th Congressional District. But here's what the legislation would do that's in front of us today.
Yeah, you think we can get a hearing like this over all the shit that the ATF's doing? You know, there were 20 senators, I think the second letter, well, there were 20 senators on the first letter, 25 on the second letter, actually addressing things with the ATF. But I think we can get a hearing considering Congress is supposed to have oversight authority over these people.
The legislation would codify and authorize domestic terrorism offices within the Office of Intelligence and Analysis of DHS, the Counterterrorism Section of the National Security Division, and the Counterterrorism Division of the FBI. So they're going to actually, this bill is going to put in place what these guys attempted to do and did last fall. I think this is definitely the wrong direction to go. I would hope, Mr. Chairman, that at some point we could have the Attorney General come back and talk to us about. We got a little taste of this last week in the crime subcommittee, where we got to talk to the U.S. Attorney from the state of Washington and found out he did, in fact, convene that meeting. We tried to ask him some questions about it, didn't really give us any answers. It'd be nice if the Attorney General would be back in front of us to deal with this subject. But I think this legislation is the wrong way to go. I hope that we do not pass it. Urge a no vote and would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. I would simply point out to the gentleman that the National School Board Association apologized for that letter within days of its issuance, and
that's sort of proven my point, I think. That's how wrong it was.
Yeah, Bob, that interview with Jordan Venro, if you look at Putang Does America, yeah, you can see the entire freaking interview with Jordan on that. So yeah, it's matter of fact, while I'm thinking about it, I will find something real quick. Hold on. Because, you know, Dark showed it on his. Dark did it on, or showed it on his the other day. But you guys really, matter of fact, Putang did it in 2 parts. So let me post one part. And then I'll post a second. But yeah, talking about that stuff. Actually watching the way the media freaking edited that stuff and tried to twist it all up is a pretty good experiment, or just to see how these people try to control a narrative.
Well, they made a mistake and they apologized for it. Nobody's taken any action on the basis of it.
The person who hasn't taken action is the Attorney General of the United States has not rescinded the memo and the action that he put in place. That's what's warranted. That's why we need him back here to answer the questions, things he said in that committee hearing that turned out not to be accurate, and we need him to rescind the memo and stop what's ever gone into place. And the last thing we need to do is to pass this bill, which is going to codify the whole plot and plan and scheme they initiated last fall.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an
That dude couldn't recognize himself in a fucking mirror.
amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 350 offered by
Now look behind this chick. This is a pretty important hearing. And nobody is there to watch this shit. Nobody. This is our government trying to do some more underhanded shit. And very few people are actually paying attention to this.
Mr. Nadler. Strike all that follows after the enacting clause.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I now recognize myself to explain the amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes various technical and conforming changes to the underlying bill. For example, the amendment adds a requirement that the Domestic Terrorism Office and the National Security Division of DOJ.
And just as a side note, it's funny how all these other morons sitting around this cat are still wearing fucking masks.
Must coordinate with the Civil Rights Division on domestic terrorism matters that may also constitute hate crimes. It also adds a provision to ensure that the report does not include personally identifiable information not otherwise releasable to the public. In addition, the amendment includes changes requested by the Department of Justice to improve the administrability of the legislation, such as narrowing the scope of certain review processes and allowing agencies to produce one report to satisfy multiple reporting requirements. Finally, the ANS enhances the training provisions to ensure that our federal prosecutors nationwide are equipped to prosecute domestic terrorism. All of these changes improve an already good bill, and I urge all members to support the amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Now, stop right there for a sec. Now, he mentioned hate crimes in there. If you guys don't know, about 2 years ago, the DOJ reclassified how they were, or redid how they were classifying hate crimes, and expanded that definition to basically include anything that involved people of a different race being in some sort of a adversarial situation. That's why they can state in a lot of cases that hate crimes have risen. Well, hate crimes haven't risen. They just changed the fucking definition.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Cohen seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your bringing this bill, and I'm a proud sponsor, and I certainly hope we do pass it. Domestic terrorism is a problem in this country. It's a problem now, particularly with white nationalists and white supremacists. It's been a problem in the past sometimes with Weatherman and some other groups that were conducting activities that were on the borderline of First Amendment, just as some of these issues might be, but they went beyond it and they went to terrorism. We should join together and not be partisan and not be picking on the Attorney General for some past problem or the President, but joining together and being opposed to domestic terrorism. Domestic terrorism is why the Oklahoma City bombing occurred, and lots of lives were lost in Oklahoma City because of a white nationalist domestic terrorist. We've seen these problems other places. It's a serious problem in America now. The situations are despicable and deplorable, and it threatens every public official. What happened at the school boards where people were challenged by parents, yes, they were parents. Parents are nice things, but not all parents are good.
Yeah, McVeigh, when he bombed everything, I don't think he had any racial motivations whatsoever. He just absolutely hated the government, and when the stuff in Waco happened, that pretty well set him off. But again, they have to spin the narrative. they have to control the information, and they have the media and everybody else to basically spread the word.
And when they threaten school board members with violence, saying, "We know where you live," that's wrong. Elected officials should have some safety between them and violence from people that are upset.
First off, how about you try not to upset the people that you are supposed to be representing? Um, that would possibly be a remedy to some of this, would be to absolutely represent people that are, you are supposed to represent, and also realizing that when you screw those people over, there might be some repercussions. We don't get private security. We don't get congressional hearings. Why should these people?
My colleagues on the other side have seen it important to protect election officials, and they should be protected. And so should school board members, and so should members of Congress who are coming under constant barrages and threats, maybe on both sides. And on both sides, it's wrong.
Like I says, maybe on both sides. When you had a leftist asshole shoot up a congressional softball game and like the killed Steve Scalise, they just breeze over shit like that.
I wish we could get beyond the partisan bickering, at least on domestic terrorism, where people's lives are at risk and sometimes taken. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you.
Now this, and I forgot to mention it, this is an actual markup on this bill. So they've already basically passed this, or they are starting to pass this through the House. It was passed in the House like 2 years ago. Of course, that was under Trump, and us people who didn't agree with Democrats were domestic terrorists then. And then it ended up getting shot down. So this is the markup. They're working on passing this again. And like I said, right now in the House, it has 207 co-sponsors.
Mr. Chairman, this legislation expands government and bureaucracy, creating 3 new offices at the Department of Homeland Security, Justice, and the FBI to supposedly monitor and investigate and prosecute cases of domestic terrorism. Well, in case the majority isn't aware, the federal government specifically, these agencies already monitors and prosecutes instances of domestic terrorism. They work often in conjunction with each other to prevent instances of domestic terrorism before they occur, to keep the citizens of this country safe, and that's what they ought to be doing. The more concerning issue with this legislation is, as the ranking member mentioned, with the Attorney General's October 4th memorandum, which labeled parents involved in their children's education as domestic terrorists. Now, I'm a former school teacher myself, and interacted with the kids and their parents on a regular basis. I taught the 7th and 8th grade in an inner city school. It was a long time ago, admittedly, but I don't think parents have changed all that much. And it's the parents who cared about their kids' education. The kids tended to do better and paid more attention, actually did their homework. The parents who were involved. It's the parents that are absent and this is fortunately for the most part the minority of parents who don't pay the attention that they ought to their kids' education, where the kids really suffer. So we ought to encourage parents to be involved in their kids' education as much as possible. And admittedly, school board meetings can be impassioned.
Well, think about all the stuff that's been done with the public education system in the last, it's been the last 50 years, but especially probably in the last 10, how crazy things have gotten with a lot of this transgender militant ideology getting pushed. this whole complete perversion of history when it comes to slavery, this absolute perversion of history when it comes to the founders of this country. Parents have every right to be pissed off. And I would submit to you in a lot of cases that a lot of these school board members make these decisions because they think they are not going to get punched in the damn face. But that's just me.
They can be highly emotional. They can even sometimes be unruly behavior that occurs there. As we all know, that is certainly possible. And when that happens, yes, the police can be involved.
Nah, Bacon, you ain't missed a whole lot. Just us bitching about domestic spying. That's pretty much about it.
In a very small minority of cases when it actually requires law enforcement. But
now, and that gets on my nerves a little bit because one of the times it required law enforcement or so-called required law enforcement was the case, I think, in Virginia or West Virginia, where a guy's daughter had been raped in the bathroom by a transgender what the hell ever that was in the girl's bathroom. And that had happened, I think, to another girl, and the school board was basically putting that under the rug because they wanted to defend having men or young men in the women's bathroom. So that guy raised those concerns, and the people at the school board basically told him to get bent, and the dude really was a hell of a lot nicer than I would have been at that hearing. And sheriffs went over there and took him into custody. At that point, there were members of that school board that would have had serious medical issues had that have been me.
the thing that it riled up an awful lot of parents in this country for good reason, I think, was the policies which occurred in some communities across the country, for example, where the schools just wouldn't reopen. And yes, we did need to fight COVID, and we need to take it serious, and an awful lot of Americans lost their lives as a result of that. But we know that there were some school boards that went way overboard in keeping those schools closed and the kids out of the best education, which is in the classroom. And we're seeing the results of that now across the country here, where especially those in disadvantaged communities, the kids are having a heck of a time in reading and math and you name it. And the social skills, when you have the youngest kids wearing masks all the time, and that was another thing that happened, is yes, early on we needed to learn about this and who needed to be masked, but some communities insisted on keeping those kids masked far beyond what common sense would say. So there were a lot of parents for a lot of reasons that were riled up, and yes, the teaching of critical race theory, which didn't happen in every school, but it was happening in some schools, and the parents were concerned about that. When you're essentially saying that there's two categories of people and telling the kids you're in one or the other, you're either a victim or you're an oppressor, the parents don't like that. They didn't want to have that in their schools, and they had a right to speak out about that. So we know, we all saw this happen, that parents were targeted as domestic terrorism. And the Attorney General was involved with that, with the letter that was sent out, and the last thing we ought to be doing is targeting parents as domestic terrorists. And so this legislation is so unnecessary, and I would argue if, you know, and I condemn white supremacy and terrorism of any sort as much as humanly possible, but this legislation essentially ignores threats from the left. You know, groups like Antifa, these anarchist groups who actually took over portions of cities only a couple of summers back. And the chairman said that Antifa was a myth. They're not a myth. They're out there doing all kinds of harm to this country. And this particular legislation doesn't consider them at all. So this legislation is unnecessary. And if you want to bring in all these terrorist groups on the left and the right, and you want to do something about them, I think our side would be willing to listen. But this is political legislation that never should come before this prestigious committee.
This prestigious committee. Prestigious, my ballsack. Maybe prestigious back in the day during the founding and shortly thereafter, but these people have so perverted their positions that, yeah, they haven't been prestigious in a very long time. Yeah, it's the biggest pit of snakes, vipers, liars, organized criminals on this planet. That is our Congress.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, let me thank Congressman Snyder for this legislation. Very proud to be, pleased and proud to be an active co-sponsor of this bipartisan Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act. Let me just call the roll. Let me take a moment to just call the roll on the very essence of this legislation and the vital necessity. The shooting spree in my state at Walmart in El Paso, Texas, which left 22 dead and 24 injured. This individual drove 11 hours, as my friend and colleague, Congressman Escobar, indicated, to just kill Latinos, kill them dead. The rampage at Pittsburgh's Tree of Life Synagogue, where 11 people were killed.
You know, she doesn't mention anything about a black guy driving the SUV into a parade of white people to kill white people. Wonder why. Again, she doesn't mention the attacks done by by people that belong to the Black Hebrew Israelites, shooting up Jewish synagogues. She doesn't mention anything about attacks on Asian people that are primarily done by not white people, including one in New York where they had the guy on videotape beating the absolute hell out of about a 70-something-year-old Korean woman, and the DA let the guy go. Said there wasn't enough evidence, even though they had the dude on video and had eyewitnesses. But the real motivation behind them letting him go is they couldn't have that attack on record. And yeah, they live in a giant echo chamber because typically Republican or Democrat these days, they are all about the power of the government, and not about the freedom of the individual.
Jewish synagogue. The racist attack on the Sikh temple of Wisconsin, which left 6 people dead. The brutal murder of innocent worshipers at Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston.
Yeah, Bacon, it's absolutely shocking, isn't it? I mean, damn, you could knock me over with a fucking duck's dick right now. And for those of you who don't know, duck's dicks are really small.
The funerals that I went to,
Don't ask me how I know.
who simply invited a terrorist into their church to pray. 3 Muslim college students executed in Chapel Hill, supposedly over a parking, but tinged with hostility for the young people's look. And the spa shooting in Atlanta, which we are honored today, who killed 8 people.
Again, the spa shooting in Atlanta had nothing to do with race. The dude had a sex addiction. He was getting his little ducky done by Asian women at massage parlors, and no pun intended, he wasn't right in the head.
Including 6 women of Asian descent. He was moved to go and kill Asians. Charlottesville, where those with tiki torches were walking around talking about Jews and black people, but they should not be here. The terror of my beloved young people on the nation's historically black colleges.
Now, they're talking about these so-called bomb threats and everything going on at HBCUs, and they haven't offered a single shred of evidence as to these so-called attacks or threats. I wonder why.
Still frightened today about the potential of bomb threats. The skin I live in and have to be exposed every day to the potential of some comment or some action because of something I cannot change, my heritage and the color of my skin, or others who speak different languages.
No, lady, they don't like you because you're an absolute fucking moron. It's got jack shit to do with your skin. Because the fact is, you couldn't find enough actual white racist nationalists in this country to fill up a fucking Waffle House on a Saturday night these days. There's just not that many.
Live in different lifestyles. This is a disturbing increase, and white supremacy is at the front of it. The violence is without question. The proliferation of hate groups in communities across America is without question. And they exist rampantly online. Last year, the Subcommittee on Terrorism held a hearing, The Rise of Domestic Terrorism in America, to discuss the continuing surge of white supremacy and right-wing extremism, to discuss federal law enforcement's failure to address.
Yep, I watched that hearing too, and it was a bunch of absolute horse shit. But I digress. And yeah, Bob, she is an absolute fucking racist.
Domestic terrorism and acts of violence driven by racially motivated hates and animus toward religious minorities. Despite our efforts, it continued. On January 15th, a gunman stormed into a synagogue, this time in Colleyville, Texas, taking 4 people hostage, but looking for them to free an incarcerated person
You go lay down.
who was claimed to be in the United States for terrorist reasons.
Okay.
The rise in violence against minority institutions, as I indicated. FBI Director Wray declared that 2019 was the deadliest year for domestic extremism since Oklahoma City bombing in 1990.
Yeah, and we all know the FBI director is absolutely trustworthy, right? Right? Sure, he would never lie, at all, ever. Not even a little bit. Not even duck dick a little bit.
95, which I was in the United States Congress for, and saw that violence and terror, with 5 separate domestic violent extremist attacks resulting in 32 deaths in 2019, 24 of which were conducted by racially motivated extremists. In 2020, the FBI Uniform Crime Reporting recorded 8,263 hate crime incidents, 11,100.
Now again, while she's going through these so-called statistics, remember that they actually redefined the definition of a hate crime and expanded it. Basically working with the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ACLU. So put that in your proverbial pipe and smoke it.
29. And of these incidents, 62% were motivated by racial or ethnic bias, 20% by bias against persons' sexual orientation, and 13% were motivated by the victim's religion. Let me just say this. I am a parent.
Yeah, just because Bacon's in here and it makes me remember this, there was a lady in a city who ended up doing a few years in prison because she took strips of bacon and hung them on the doorknobs of a mosque. Dick move for sure. Does it rise to the level of hate crime and you need to go to prison? No. But literally, and I'll have to find the case, but yeah, she ended up, she might be in prison now. I can't remember how many years she got. It was only about 3 years ago or so.
These are not the parents that we were discussing. The idea of General
These are not the droids you're looking for.
Garland's effort was not to malign or attack parents or to make them unsafe or board members to make them unsafe. It was to ensure that the demonizing that was occurring over the pandemic's decision, leadership to try and protect our children, and misguided information was given to individuals, albeit innocent that they were, who came and screamed and shouted and said, "I have guns in my home, I will bring them to kill you." That is
She says this shit, and I haven't seen a single fucking video or a single statement that actually talks about what she is saying. These people lie with impunity in these hearings.
what General Garland was concerned about. Murder and pillage in school board meetings out of the words of parents, albeit misguided, albeit on wrong information. I take that. The memo has harmed no one. A gun could harm someone of someone misguided. This legislation is long overdue. Its focus is not our parents. Love them as we do. Its focus is to stop the surge, the absolute dastardly acts of white supremacy and the violence that is generated from it.
I like how she's acting all indignant on this. Gotta throw that in there, get all emotional behind it. She's absolutely full of shit. What was that old saying? You know, if for lawyers, if you have the facts, pound the facts. If you don't have the facts, pound the table. Yeah, she ain't doing that but pounding the table. Because obviously ain't no one pounding her.
How long do we need to explain this? This is an important initiative. Mr. Chairman, I ask all of our colleagues to support this and get back on track for what this nation stands for as we stand and fight with Ukraine as it fights against hatefulness and violence. I yield back.
Just to touch on it real fast, Ukraine has, in the war in Ukraine, has jack shit to do with hatefulness or anything else. It has everything to do with resources and the fact that Ukraine has a hell of a lot of resources and Putin wants said resources. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with hate or anything else.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, if you didn't like critical race theory in your corporate training, if you didn't like critical race theory in your kids' schools, this is critical race theory with a gun and a badge and the power to arrest. And if my colleagues on the left are so worried about domestic terrorism, maybe they ought to be establishing new authorities at the FBI and DOJ to look into the BLM riots of 2020. Maybe they ought to have new authorities to go after Antifa and leftist agitators. But no. It's about white supremacy today. My concern is increasingly about the terrorists who are in our country who are crossing the border illegally. I was just in Yuma, Arizona with my colleague, Mr. Biggs, and we were briefed by Customs and Border Patrol about the known terrorists who are crossing our border each and every week, each and every month. And the majority here is more concerned about chasing the ghosts of white supremacy than dealing with those real.
No, be serious about this. They're not worried about white supremacy. They are using that as the suppository to jam domestic spying up your ass. It has nothing to do with white supremacy. As far as I am concerned about white supremacists or any racist for that matter, I don't believe in censoring them. I don't believe in doing anything to them unless they become violent. And the reason I say that is because let them say what they have to say so you know exactly who they are and you can avoid said assholes. This has nothing to do, and I know you guys that are watching this get it, this has nothing to do with white supremacy or people who are actual domestic terrorists. We've been fighting a war on terror for decades now. we have all the resources in place. This has everything to do with more domestic spying because Democrats think they are going to be permanently in power and they want to go back, or they want to go after anybody who disagrees with them. That's what this is about.
And actual threats. The Attorney General in the United States came to this committee, misled us about the authorities that were being used to.
Dude, he didn't mislead you. He fucking lied to you. There's a difference in between misleading and lying. He flat out lied.
Target American parents, and instead of giving the Attorney General an invitation to come back and explain himself, clarify, give us comfort that that's not occurring, we're giving the Department of Justice more authorities to continue the corrupt work that we see that they've already been engaged in. This bill grows government. It gives more authorities to a corrupt, weaponized, politicized Department of Justice and FBI, and it gaslights the targeting of white people. This is particularly problematic in our military. I would note that this legislation has a grave and negative impact on every single American wearing the uniform right now in our military. It has them all concerned that if they liked the wrong meme,
Well, that's another thing Gates is touching on right now. And I'd have to go back and find the actual hearings or bills. But these same idiots who want to pass this, we're talking about basically any vet that didn't agree with the government as being a terrorist. So let that sink in. And then they were going after anybody who's active right now. The January 6th riots, anybody who had anything to do with Trump, as far as like the National Guard, they pulled them out and would not let them actually serve. They were going through all of their social media. And if they liked something, a meme or anything having to do with being anti-government, well, they snatched them out of the rotation. These people only want the type of people in the military that would be loading your ass on fucking trains, and not the ones who would actually disobey those orders.
Shared the wrong joke 7 years ago.
Hey, later, Heath. I just saw that. Yeah, man, get you some rest. We'll catch you after a while.
That their career could be ruined, that their patriotism could be tarnished. I get these concerns from my district most frequently from the units that are majority minority units. Because in our military, we try to train everyone to believe that you go through the same systems. You develop the same sense of common purpose. And now when we sick the FBI on the DOD and on our military to try to smear them as domestic terrorists or white supremacists, it erodes unit cohesion. It negatively impacts readiness. I have noticed that the parliamentarian referred this legislation not only to our committee, but to the Armed Services Committee as well. And I would implore the leadership of the Armed Services Committee, do not grant this bill a waiver. It has a significant impact on the readiness of our fighting force. And if this bill is not favorably referred out of the Armed Services Committee, it should not go to the floor. It must be given hearings there to see its full and damaging effect. Increasingly, the left wants to use federal law enforcement to target Americans. We saw that in the Russia hoax. We see that in the ongoing FISA abuses that the committee will not bring forward. We saw it with the targeting of parents who attended school board meetings, and now they're drawing a bead on our military. I thought about amending this bill to include requirements that BLM and Antifa and leftist agitators also be analyzed. But honestly, I'm not going to offer that amendment because I sincerely believe that the gravest threat to our country is the inward turning of exquisite national security authorities that we intended for terrorists in faraway lands against our own people. And
Yeah, Kurt, grab some sleep, man. And we'll catch you on the next one. But yeah, I'm off tomorrow, so I typically stay up anyway, but yeah, I'm off tomorrow, so this might be a long one. But yeah, man, we'll catch you after a while, Kurt. Take it easy, brother.
friends, now you are in power, and so you are trying to weaponize these institutions against those who you consider to be antithetical to your worldview. But keep in mind, that may sound good today when the FBI and DOJ are left-leaning, but they used to be right-leaning. The FBI used to essentially be a white supremacist institution.
Think about how much freaking spying that the FBI and other agencies in the United States have done for decades, ever since their inception. You're talking about people that were spying on people like Martin Luther King Jr. And these assholes want to give them more power to do this now. Okay.
They targeted Martin Luther King Jr. They targeted Marcus
Oh, hell, he did say it.
Garvey. They targeted Malcolm X with some of these very authorities. And so I would just caution you against giving the power to an entity to ruin lives and to weaponize the apparatus of government with concepts that we never intended to be used on our soil. And if we do that, I think we'll have a more just system for everyone. We categorically reject white supremacy. It has no role in our country and our lives. But it's almost like we're creating a self-fulfilling prophecy, because when we go accuse every American of being a white supremacist, I think then we lose the ability to accurately target the acts of violence that you correctly identified and that our existing laws could deal with. I yield back.
Well done.
Now, the only reason he wouldn't go ahead and put an amendment in for BLM, for Antifa, who did billions of dollars of damage to cities and caused the deaths of many, many people, is because he knows good and well Democrats are in charge, and that amendment's going to get shot down.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes does Ms. Ross seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'd like to express my full support for this bill, which addresses the critical threat facing our nation, a rise of domestic terrorism. While the issue of domestic terrorism is...
Where were these bills when Sanaya brothers were blowing up pressure cookers, or when those two asshats, that guy and his wife, shot up a Christmas party down in Texas, or after the Pulse nightclub shooting, or any number of different attacks that were done by non-white people? Just asking, just throwing that out there, throw a little bait in the water.
not new in the United States. We've recently seen an alarming...
Yeah, that would be another one, DC Sniper.
Alarming increase in acts of extremist violence. In particular, the terrifying attack on the Capitol on January 6th.
The terrifying attack on the Capitol, racist, white supremacists, la da 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 da. You couldn't have found a white supremacist during January 6th if you fucking tried. You could have found a bunch of glowy FBI boys that were kind of leading the attack. But strangely enough, they don't want to talk about that.
The events of January 6th constituted an attempt to stop the peaceful transfer of power, an assault on our fellow Americans, and an overt harm democratically elected public servants, and a rebuke of our nation's most fundamental values. Memories of the violence, chaos, and fear incited on January 6th will linger in these halls for years.
Never mind the fact that Congress has been bombed in the past. There have literally been people who have walked into the halls of Congress and started shooting people in the past. But you're worried about a bunch of people that broke a couple windows and basically walked around the Capitol in between the velvet ropes and waved flags. propaganda much. And yeah, Bacon, with all the stuff that went on in these cities where Antifa and BLM were burning shit to the ground and murdering people, yeah, you think that would have been on somebody's radar? Just saying, there was plenty of video of it. These idiots were actually live streaming most of the shit that they did. But yeah, okay.
To come. Unfortunately, the events of January 6th mirror a moment in history in my home state of North Carolina, the Wilmington insurrection of 1898. Like the January 6th insurrection, the Wilmington insurrection was carried out by white supremacists intent on overthrowing a duly elected government.
Now, wait a second. If I'm remembering this right, Wilmington was a bunch of guys that returned from World War II, and there were people there that were manipulating elections and cheating and lying and everything else, and these guys grabbed their damn guns and made a stand against them. Revisionist a little bit there, maybe. Just saying, there's just a little bit of. Okay, there's a lot of bullshit in what she said. Sorry, I can't even say it. There's just, yeah.
These domestic terrorists destroyed businesses, killed residents, and eventually succeeded in forcing Wilmington's government to step down. Our country should not be facing the same type of domestic terrorism today that we faced in 1898. It is long past time.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was another one. That was 1898. I was thinking about something that happened after World War II when a bunch of veterans grabbed their guns and shut down a bunch of lying ass Democrats. I have to do a little research on what she said, but I'll bet money she's a lying ass hoe. But she does have a D by her name, so that pretty much means she's a lying ass hoe. That's pretty much like saying the same thing 10 times.
For us to recognize that some of the greatest threats to our nation come from within our borders, from dangerous ideologies that spur violence and hate. In the past few months, these ideologies have taken another form. At least a dozen historically Black colleges and universities across the country, and some in North Carolina, have received bomb threats.
How many of your average school districts during a year receive bomb threats? And by the way, I would like to see their actual evidence on this, and I would like to see who they have caught doing this. Because I will bet my fucking right nut that it is not some white supremacists out there.
While no bombs have been discovered following any of the recent threats, they forced the cancellation of classes, the evacuation of entire campuses, the disrupting of students' ability to learn and feel safe in their schools. In addition to HBCUs, synagogues in my district and throughout the country have received threats of violence over the past few years, as have churches. These threats have forced the cancellation of religious classes, programming, and shaken faith leaders and their congregants in my district and throughout the country. Unfortunately, acts or threats of domestic terrorism can no longer be considered.
Notice again, she goes through this. She completely breezes past the Black Hebrew Israelites that ran into a synagogue in New York and were shooting Jews. Yeah, that apparently isn't on their radar. And yeah, she is definitely reading off a script, Bacon, and it is a script a bunch of morons wrote. But these morons know that the media will back them up. Because the majority of Americans are headline readers at best and morons for the most part.
Considered rare occurrences. It is now more important than ever that we pass legislation to strengthen efforts to prevent, report on, respond to, and investigate acts of domestic terrorism. I support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, I literally couldn't be in one of these hearings. Literally couldn't. I don't think they accept words like absolute bullshit and you can get fucked and you're a goddamn liar in hearings like this.
You know, to the points that several have made on this side of the aisle, including Mr. Gates, I was intrigued. As was pointed out by some, this bill is passed and previously on a voice vote on the floor. Meaning that nobody called for a roll call, nobody's terribly upset about it. To the extent you talk about domestic terrorism, white supremacy, there's been unanimity in Congress in opposition to that. But the problem is, and the reason the parents going to school board meetings and being the subject of the Attorney General's memorandum calling for meetings all over the country of federal law enforcement with other community leaders to sort of target them, and the threat tagging and so forth, the reason that gets called up is it begs the question, what is the motivation of this? And I was listening to my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Jackson Lee, she gave a roll call, as she said, but she didn't mention Waukesha, Wisconsin. Why not? She didn't mention when she talked about Colleyville, that was the one where she'd been talking about white supremacy, but she didn't mention the motivation of that one. That wasn't about white supremacy. It was an Islamic terrorist. The focus, the reason for the focus eludes me. So I looked at the chairman's memo to the committee, and you have, here it is, it's hate crime and domestic terrorism statistics. Since there's been a 30% increase in 2019 in incidents motivated by race, ethnicity, or ancestry. Interesting thing to me is, that reminded me of another statistic. There's been a 30% increase in homicides in 2020 across the country. This also says that since 2015, right-wing extremists have been involved in 267 plots, completed attacks, and 91 fatalities.
Now, that's a bunch of horse shit. You guys remember the whole Michigan, and they were going to kidnap, who is it, Gretchen Whitmer? And then you find out what's going on right now is there were a few guys that pled guilty to some shit, and the other guys aren't pleading guilty to it, and they're bringing out the fact that the FBI is the one who actually put them up to this shit. So that's going to be interesting. Although I think that case is going to be held in federal court, so there won't be any cameras in the courtroom. But if it's done in the state court, ooh, I want to see that trial bad.
That's over 7 years. Just under half were in connection with those involved in supremacy. That would suggest about 45. Well, just in that year of increase in homicides, 5,000 more people were killed. How is this the priority? How is this the one that justifies reorganizing the FBI? And in order to do it, you redefine effectively what domestic terrorism is. Domestic terrorism is in a statute along with international terrorism. The only difference is international terrorism is that which occurs abroad, usually injuring Americans somehow, or that which transcends boundaries. Domestic is just the results happen in the United States. Well, you strip away all of that for the purpose of doing this reporting, except for those that are committed by people that are citizens or domiciled in the United States. Who are you targeting? And then later on of course, mention's been made of the January 6th riot at the Capitol. You have two things here. You're back to vilifying police officers. If you want to look for a cause of why we had a 30% increase in homicides, 5,000 more homicides across the country, probably because the Democratic Party made it its mission to defund the police and to characterize and to vilify police. And here you're doing it again, talking about white supremacy in the military, based on, as I read it, a handful of 10 or 20 or I don't even came say it was that many. In one case, a Marine, it's like one person. And then you also vilify law enforcement. You're citing somebody's article that talks about the epidemic of white supremacy in law enforcement. My goodness. Have you learned nothing since undertaking the stupidest political activism in the history of the world to attack and defund police? Murders.
Okay, here's one just because I looked it up real fast. Let's see, let's pull this up. So where was that? Okay, this is on congress.gov. This is an actual report. An assailant involved in the prolonged firefight in New Jersey that left 6 people dead, including 1 police officer, was linked on Wednesday to the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. Notice that they don't mention that. And this was December 11th of 2019 when this article was done. Let's see, what does this say? The rampage on Tuesday took place largely at a kosher supermarket, where 3 bystanders were killed. Authorities now believe the store was specifically targeted by assailants, who they identified as David N. Anderson, 47, and Francine Graham, 50. Mr. Anderson appeared to have been connected with the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. So, why wouldn't these people in Congress actually mention something like that? Kind of boggles the old mind there, doesn't it?
Go through the roof. 5,000 more murders. Where is your priority? The priority is to codify.
Yeah, Crow, guns are like Lay's potato chips. You can't have just one. Having one is useless.
In fact, what are you doing here? You're codifying practices apparently the FBI is already undertaking. But I suggest that the activities the FBI has undertaken ought to be cause for concern. We haven't seen, there's been absolutely a total nonchalance from the majority about the Attorney General's memo. The chairman just said in the opening remarks in response to Mr. Jordan that it's no big deal. The National School Boards Association apologized for its letter. Indeed it did. But the Attorney General has not withdrawn his memorandum directing federal law enforcement across the country to focus on parents. We had the U.S. Attorney from Washington in here just a week or so ago in the crime committee, and we asked him, did you have any incidents in Washington that justified this? Nope, didn't know of any that warranted a nationwide scope of action. That disturbs the majority not at all, and they want to double down on directing the power of federal law enforcement against American citizens. It should be of grave concern.
Now, think about this real fast, okay? If I use a phone to make threats to somebody, that can be traced. That's already law. If I stand in front of someone and I make threats, that would be something that falls under terroristic threats. That is already law. We've been fighting a war against terrorism for a very long time, for decades now. Why would we need to give the federal government, the FBI, the Department of Justice, more manpower, more offices at this point in time? The elections coming up in 2022 are going to be very interesting, to say the least, because the Democrats should absolutely lose power in the House and Senate during these elections. However, if they hold on to said power, you can bet your ass more stuff like this and more of the gun control bills that they have will pass, because you would then have another 2 years for these assholes to pass what they want to pass. You would have a Democrat-controlled House, a Democrat-controlled Senate. You would have a president who is an absolute fucking potato, who will sign anything that comes across his desk. And yeah, this stuff will pass.
Concern to all of us. Go back.
The gentleman yields back for what purposes is the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to once again talk about the scourge of domestic violence and domestic terrorism, and to take action. I am really stunned to listen to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are either delusional or willfully blind when it comes to what has become a cancer in our country. The cancer of domestic terrorism, white supremacy.
I like how she just absolutely goes into insulting people, but has no facts whatsoever to back up her argument. And she knows she doesn't need any facts to back up her argument. How many people sit around like I do and actually listen to this stuff while they're at work? I'll throw in headphones. I might be working on welding, whatever, fabricating, whatever, and listening to this in the background. How many people actually do that to where they actually know what these assholes are talking about? About the best you can do is if you turn on the news in the morning and you listen to the narrative that they're pushing that particular day, you can line that up exactly with what Congress is pushing that day. It's funny how that works. It's like they all get the same memo and have the same meeting in the morning.
The rise of racism and hate. And I'd like to express my gratitude to you, Mr. Chairman, and to my colleague, Representative Jackson Lee, for mentioning what happened to my community on August 3rd of 2019, when a white supremacist, a domestic terrorist, walked into a Walmart on a busy, beautiful Saturday morning and walked in with his AK-47 and shot indiscriminately into the crowd. Just yesterday, I was on the House floor speaking on a bill to honor the 23 people who were killed and the 22 who were injured in that domestic terrorism attack. And it is incredible to me that this cannot be a bipartisan unifier. We have talked about in this committee guns, and I will tell you, my community was at the intersection on that day of August 3rd, the intersection of our country's addiction to guns and our country's this cancer of hate and racism. You know, we have to come to terms with the fact that there is a radicalization of millions of Americans that is happening every single day. There are media outlets that are vehicles for that radicalization.
Just so you guys know, I am radicalizing all of you at this point. I just want you guys to be aware you're getting radicalized. It's okay. Just enjoy it.
And there are members of Congress who are vehicles for that radicalization. And there are people all across this country who are vehicles for that radicalization. And we are not seeing less violence as that radicalization advances. We are not seeing less violence as easy access to guns happens. We are seeing more. And so we've got to take action. This bill is an important step. It is a common sense step in the direction of finally creating safer communities. We've seen what our Republican colleagues want to do. They want to ignore the rise of domestic terrorism, and they want to make guns more easily accessible. That's a toxic, deadly cocktail. It's a failure of policy, and communities like mine have unfortunately.
Now, again, after listening to her for a couple of minutes, yeah, I'm surprised Ghost Guns hasn't come up yet in this hearing. But yeah, the whole guns, radicalized, common sense. She's going right down the checklist of all these focus tested terms that the Democrats use to push their bullshit.
Unfortunately paid the price. It's time to stop these tragedies. It's time to acknowledge the truth that is in front of us. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I support this legislation and I look forward to advancing it. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In spite of that radicalization, I still do not believe MSNBC should be taken off the air that they're doing to the American people. Let's be real clear about the apology in regards to the National School Boards Association. Why did they do that? They took the fall. They took the fall, and that's why the Attorney General should come back in and answer the questions that my colleagues have stated quite eloquently here, why Attorney General Garland should get back here. The School Boards Association just took the fall for what was happening within the Biden administration, and in particular with the Attorney General's office. The gentlelady from Texas did her roll call, and I'd like to build on some of the comments that Representative Bishop made. She did this roll call. She did not include the Bernie Sanders supporter that came and shot up some of our colleagues just a few years ago, almost killing the whip that serves here on the Republican side of the dais. And we can do this tit for tat stuff. I mean, we can just keep doing it back and forth and whatever. But that doesn't solve what the American people want to see happen. They want to see murders go down in the United States of America. They want to see violent crime go down.
Yeah, there's a very easy way to see murders go down in America and violent crime go down in America. You take violent people and murderers and you lock them up until they are no longer violent or will no longer murder people. It's a very simple thing. But hey,
in the United States of America, regardless of what their ethnicity is, regardless of what their color is, they want to see crime reduced. But that's not what we're dealing with today. And I just hark back to, 2 weeks ago, when we had the President's State of the Union, he said, we're going to fund the police. Well, for all of you out there in America right now, it's very clear that that was simply lip service, because the people that are driving the train at this point on the other side of the aisle, they have no interest in additional funding for police. They have no interest in supporting law enforcement, and you can tell by their priorities with having a bill like this come before us today. And I want to know why we're not having a hearing on what woke prosecutors are doing across America, because as much as we talk about, our governor recently announced there's going to be a big grant for law enforcement or whatever, but he didn't do anything about the prosecutors, which, by the way, he could relieve them for not doing their jobs, like the prosecutor in Milwaukee County. I will repeat to you, back in 2007, when he started his job as the district attorney in Milwaukee County, he said publicly, yep, we may divert some people that should perhaps be behind bars, and they may kill somebody, you bet, guaranteed, that's going to happen, but that does not invalidate the approach. Does not invalidate the approach that he took that ended up with 5 deaths at a Christmas parade in Waukesha County, Wisconsin. Why aren't we having a hearing on prosecutors? Why
aren't we talking about that dude who ran his SUV into a crowd of people, killing 5 and wounding like 20-something people? Why aren't we having a discussion about suing Ford or taking people's SUVs away? Although they kind of are. They're just raising our gas prices to where we won't be able to fucking afford driving the goddamn things. But again, this is all about the narrative. This is not about actual factual things that would stop one crime or another.
We bring the Attorney General in and have him talk about prosecutors that are not prosecuting crime. That is leading to a diminishment in the way of life for the people here in the United States. I would just close by saying this. I look up at that staff, that shield that is right in front of us here.
Sometimes. So much.
I look at that shield that's up there that says E pluribus unum. And what is this hearing about today on this bill? It's about dividing people. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. I hope this committee will get back to trying to bring the American people together rather than dividing us. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing up this really important piece of legislation, bipartisan legislation for markup today. I must confess, my head is hurting a little bit because I'm trying to understand how an effort to stop violent domestic terrorism in my country is a divisive issue, and how we're again talking about school boards and critical race theory. But I'm going to do my best to bring us back to actually the subject at hand. There is no question about it. Domestic terrorism is on the rise. In fact, a recent analysis from the Center for Strategic and International Studies showed that domestic terrorism in 2020 was at its highest level since information started being collected almost 3 decades ago. This impacts the safety and security of every American, and especially minorities. It's important to remember that 2/3 of domestic terrorist plots were linked to alt-right extremists or white supremacy groups.
Again, he's an absolutely lying douchebag. Even the FBI statistics don't prove anything that he's saying, and he will be covered like he's telling the absolute truth. And people that are uninformed, that aren't paying attention, will believe this shit, which is absolutely infuriating that more people don't understand that these guys are absolute lying sacks of shit.
It's 2/3. And according to Michael McGarry, the assistant director of the counterterrorism division of the FBI in 2019, and I quote, racially motivated violent extremists are responsible for the majority of lethal attacks and fatalities perpetrated by domestic terrorists since 2000.
Notice how he doesn't separate that out into the race of the person who actually committed the crime. Why would he not do that? I mean, why not let us all know so we're on the same page? This dude, this David Cicilline, I think is his name. He's an absolute fucking douchebag.
End quote. So this seems like something we ought to be addressing as members of Congress, and that's exactly what this bill does. These terrorists, often linked to white supremacist groups, have begun to massively organize and even infiltrate some of our law enforcement agencies and the armed forces. And domestic terrorists pose a threat to police officers here in the Capitol and all across this country. We've seen what these statistics look like in real life. Across the country, we've witnessed massive increases in violence and terrorism against minorities, bomb threats at HBCUs and Jewish synagogues, and shootings targeting Black churches, synagogue, Asian American establishments, and a Sikh temple, and a devastating attack on communities like El Paso.
And again, he lumps all the shit together and does not mention the race of a lot of the perpetrators, because if he mentioned that, then you would see that this isn't a white supremacist issue. It is merely an issue of attacks on people that can be motivated by race, but aren't necessarily motivated by race. This is all about getting more power to spy on people that disagree with the government. That's the only thing this is about. And no, Crow, these people, they don't live in the same America or USA that we live in. They live in their own reality where they get to rewrite facts as they see fit.
Congress and our law enforcement agencies need to act. And today we need to start by passing this bipartisan bill, the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act, to create offices at the DOJ, the FBI, and the DHS to monitor, investigate, and prosecute cases of domestic terrorism.
And by monitoring, he means spying, data collection, going through your social media, which lends itself real nicely into the red flag laws these pricks want to push. Yeah, Bacon the Chicken's already going off, and it ain't even that fucking late yet. Oh, shit. What happened? Oop. I think I might have hit a wrong button, kids. I was too busy laughing at my cock. Let me pull this back up.
That law enforcement called white.
Everyone was
Just to
So this seems like something we ought to, everyone was reminded of their individual votes by Mr. Liu in the last hearing. You continue to make this claim rather than addressing this very serious issue of domestic violent extremism and white supremacy in our country, which this bill does. Instead of even working on this issue, you use it as an opportunity to yet again make the false claim that Democrats don't support the police and you do. It's shameful. You've tried it for 4 hearings. You try to hijack every hearing you have. Support this bill and show once and for all you are for supporting our police and ending domestic terrorism in America. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Just strike the last word, Mr. Chairman. So the
Gentleman is recognized.
previous speaker just talked about we're trying to hijack the hearing and why do we focus on school boards? Because it's so darn important. Never forget, when the Attorney General sat in front of this committee, the very first sentence in his memorandum, we asked him about this. We said, here's what his memorandum says. In recent months, there's been a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, threats of violence against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff. We asked him, what was the evidence for you making the very first sentence in your memo? What was the evidence for that? What did he say? He said the School Board Association letter. The letter that they've now apologized for and regret ever having sent it. And here's what that letter said. Sometimes you got to look at the facts. You got to look at what they said. The National School Board Association requests a joint expedited review by the Departments of Justice, Education, and Homeland Security. Interesting, 2 of those agencies are in this legislation, along with the appropriate training, coordination, investigation, enforcement mechanisms from the FBI, including any technical assistance necessary from state and local coordination with its National Security Branch and Counterterrorism Division. That's what this bill does.
Counterterrorism Division, because a bunch of parents were pissed off at school board meetings. Counterterrorism for parents being pissed off. Makes sense to me.
Exactly what the School Boards Association asked to be done is what this legislation does. And it was this letter that the Attorney General used as the basis for his memorandum, which they've apologized for and said this wasn't accurate. Here's what this letter said too. It talked about four acts of violence they cite in this letter. One of them was the Loudoun County situation, which our colleague, Mr. Roy has talked about, which it was justified, frankly. Those were the
the Loudoun County situation is where the guy voiced his opinion because his daughter got raped in a school bathroom. Again, had that have been me, they would have had more issues than just me talking rudely, I should say. I'm trying to walk a line here on YouTube, and sometimes it's fucking hard.
14,000 school boards around the country, and one of them was one where the parent was justifiably upset, right, Mr. Roy? So that's why we're focusing on this, and all we're asking is for the Attorney General of the United States to rescind that memo. Take it back. And we're asking the chairman to have him come in and testify and answer some questions we have, and frankly, a lot of parents around the country have, because we now know there's a threat tag associated with some parents' names across the country. And that's what this is about. This is about the facts. So the very document that they've apologized for, the letter that started this thing, this whole process, that they've apologized for.
Yeah, I don't think they would have been sleeping with the fishes. It would have been more like getting eaten by wild pigs, or maybe some alligators, or something that wouldn't leave a whole hell of a lot of evidence besides in some fecal matter.
For and taken back, that language is exactly what this bill does. Somehow that's hijacking the hearing. I think that's doing what the people that I represent want me to do. So, the gentleman from Florida, his comments were right on target earlier. This is not just about giving more authority to the Justice Department to go after parents. This is doing exactly what the School Board Association asked them to do. That's why we don't want to vote for this thing. That's why this is wrong. And I hope this thing doesn't pass. Would yield to the
Gentleman, yield for a question.
yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
And the School Board Association letter itself invoked the terminology domestic terrorism, didn't it?
Sure did.
So doesn't that beg the question? What is it that the majority means when they're talking about domestic terrorism and turning the power of federal law enforcement against domestic terrorism? Do they mean school parents of school children, or do they mean something else? I yield back to the gentleman.
I think a great point, and even more specific, they referenced the Patriot Act. In fact, I would ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record former Chairman Sensenbrenner's piece in the Wall Street Journal, where he says the Patriot Act was never intended to go after moms and dads, never intended to go after. It was for dealing with foreign terrorists trying to do harm to our country. I would ask unanimous consent that be entered into the record. And with that, I would yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, the gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Correa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, just last week, we had a bomb threat at one of our local high schools. I can assure you that both Republican and Democratic parents, as well as the rest of our community, for a few hours there, were caught in a moment of fear, panic, terror. All of us feared. We feared for the health of our children, lives of our children. And we all prayed. We prayed that our local police officers would be able to do their job, to protect our children, and to make sure there was no harm would come to them. These stories are just all too common nowadays. Some of them have good outcomes and some of them do not. For that reason, I want to thank our chairman today, our leadership in this committee, for marking up H.R. 350, the Domestic Terrorism and Prevention Act. And I'm proud to say I'm a co-sponsor of this bipartisan piece of legislation to authorize investigation into the threats of domestic violence.
I like how this motherfucker keeps hammering on bipartisan because 3 rhino-ass Republicans signed on to this shit. More than likely because they didn't read the bill. They have no idea what's in the fucking bill. Just like many things. This is probably the reason I pissed off my senator the other day, because basically told him he was either illiterate or lazy. I don't think he appreciated that too much.
Since 9/11, the focus of this nation has been foreign terrorism, as it should be, as it should have been. But in doing so, for a long time, we ignored the obvious, which was the growing threat and the growing loss of lives resulting from domestic terrorism. Domestic terrorism now accounts for more lives lost than foreign terrorism. And we're talking American lives being lost to domestic terrorism. Today, we start at the beginning. We start with the facts. We start researching this issue and making sure we put the resources in place to stop any threats, any violence due to domestic terrorism. I want to thank the authors for this measure, and I hope my colleagues here fully support this measure that will protect and save American lives. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To speak on the bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think the problem comes down to this. A few weeks ago, we saw Canadian truckers, including many Sikh immigrants, were protesting civil rights violations involving vaccine mandates. The left called them white supremacists. American parents concerned about curriculum that teaches.
Well, they call Larry Elder, if you don't know who he is, he's a black conservative. They call him a white supremacist. They call Candace Owens a black female conservative a white supremacist. Matter of fact, these Democrats went so far as to call Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy. Yeah, try fitting that into your fucking head.
Their children that skin color is the defining characteristic, including one African-American father I saw interviewed who said, I don't want my children taught to hate their classmates based on their race. These protests were called white supremacists. Asian families in San Francisco protesting racial quotas called white supremacists. Citizens concerned with voter fraud routinely called white supremacists. It's clear that the left defines anyone who challenges their agenda as white supremacists and domestic terrorists. So giving more power to use the Justice Department that is armed with the most terrifying power.
Yeah, Crow, that was one of my favorite clips with Larry Elder too. I mean, he's actually got to tell the person, you do realize I'm black. It's fucking hysterical.
Powers that any government possesses. Powers to stalk and threaten and intimidate Americans based on their beliefs. That is very concerning, and it's potentially dangerous to our most cherished and fundamental rights as Americans, our freedom to express our opinions freely and petition our government for redress of grievances. It is true that there is a lunatic fringe, and often a violent lunatic fringe, on every political side that can pose a threat to civil order. And we have very good laws to hold them accountable when their words become deeds, and those deeds harm others.
Yeah, well, then why weren't a lot of members of BLM and Antifa over the last couple of years locked up until the fucking sun goes out? But hey, Kamala Harris and a bunch of other people bailed these sons of bitches out of jail, and a bunch of really liberal prosecutors let them go. They don't want to really get into that. They don't want to get into like one in Atlanta where a woman drove past one of the blockades for BLM and they shot into her car and killed her like 6-year-old daughter because it was black people from BLM shooting into a black woman's car and killing a black child. Because that kind of shit just doesn't matter to these people. It broke my fucking heart. And as far as I know, they still haven't caught those pricks, even though they have video of the guy walking around with the gun.
But it's actions for which free societies hold people accountable by law. Not opinions, no matter how outrageous those opinions might be. Not words, no matter how hateful or hurtful those words might be. Actions, deeds. But this doesn't target actions. It targets opinions and words. Indeed, not even opinions currently held or words spoken, but rather words that might be spoken, opinions that might be held, might be. If you can define words and thoughts as actionable with the vast powers of government, you have just rendered useless the freedom that is enshrined and protected by our First Amendment. I sit here listening to these discussions wondering whatever happened to that fundamental American ethic that we all shared, conservatives and liberals alike. I might disagree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it.
Well, that right there goes to the fact that the only speech worth protecting is the speech that you don't agree with. And the reason that is because if I only defend the speech I agree with, well, powers change, and all of a sudden the speech I agree with can become the speech that is going to be basically censured. Yeah, Bacon, you're right again.
I think liberals, true liberals and conservatives still share those beliefs. But the left does not share that belief in any way, shape, or form. And we've seen that demonstrated over and over again recently in rampant censorship being leveled against Americans, in the unequal administration of justice, in the turning of our most powerful institutions against American citizens who are simply seeking to exercise their most fundamental right in any free society, the right to speak freely. Here is Churchill's warning. A state of society where men may not speak their minds, where children denounce their parents to the police, where a businessman or small shopkeeper ruins his competitor by telling tales of his private opinions. Such a state of society cannot long endure if brought into contact with the healthy outside world.
And I will add into that any society where red flag laws exist, where someone can report you to the police and say that you have issues and have the police come kick in your door and take your guns, well, that might lead to some issues.
This is the state of society the left is taking us toward. And I pray that the American people will bring it into contact with the healthy outside world this November. I yield back.
The gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield to the gentleman.
Thank you. I'll just be real brief. I think the gentleman made very good points. I would just note, when you're talking about the left not wanting to hear free speech, I think there's nowhere where we see this more evident than our college campuses nowadays, where conservative speakers are either barred or shouted down. If there's any place...
You mean places like Berkeley, where Ben Shapiro, a 5'8", 160-pound Jew, goes to speak, and the left pretty much burns the fucking campus to the ground? Never saw that coming. Hey, Bob, you get the leather wallet done, man. Let us know how it turns out.
Where we invite free speech, and there ought to be an open debate on both sides, and let the students consider what their views are as they're growing intellectually and otherwise. It ought to be on college campuses. So the left is just making a mess of this.
Our chief guru, the guider of our office, the protector.
Small shopkeeper ruins his competitor by telling tales.
To go to...
built a monument in memory of Jose. HBCUs.
Small shopkeeper ruins his competitor by telling...
Damn, I keep hitting the wrong button. I was just going to pause it. Yeah, Bob, this is... Where's it at? This is a leather wallet my wife made for me. So, yeah, let us know how it turns out, man.
That the American people will bring it into contact with the healthy outside world this November. I yield back.
The gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield to the gentleman.
Thank you. I'll just be real brief. I think the gentleman made very good points. I would just note, when you're talking about the left not wanting to hear free speech, I think there's nowhere where we see this more evident than our college campuses nowadays, where conservative speakers are either barred or shouted down. If there's any place where we ought to invite free speech, and there ought to be an open debate on both sides, and let the students consider what their views are as they're growing intellectually and otherwise, it ought to be on college campuses. So the left is just making a mess of those college campuses right now by inhibiting free speech.
And this, I'm concerned, goes even farther, because it's not just censoring people for their opinions and their words, They are now actively using the power of government to intimidate people from even thinking of expressing those freedoms.
I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to first thank you for bringing this very important piece of legislation, which I'm proud to co-sponsor, to the table, especially H.R. 350, the Domestic Terrorism Act. In the past several years, incidents of domestic terrorism have struck communities across our country. HBCUs were recently terrorized by a wave of bomb threats. Asian Americans were the victims of unconscionable violence, and Latinos have been targeted for cultural and ethnic cleansing. In 2019, a domestic terrorist killed 23 people, most of whom were Latino, while shopping at a Walmart store. The largest terrorist attack targeting Latinos in modern U.S. history. The shooter candidly manifested his intention to put a supposed cultural and ethnic replacement brought on by Latinos, to put a stop to it. I'm proud and thankful to my friend and colleague, Ms. Escobar of Texas, for her leadership in introducing legislation to honor and remember the victims and survivors of a heinous act of terrorism fueled by white supremacy. The El Paso Community Healing Garden will be a national memorial for reflection and healing. And as she said earlier during the hearing, this should be a nonpartisan bill, something that would bring communities together. And I hope that she succeeds in doing what she wants to do for her community's healing process. In Houston, we have a memorial to help our community heal also. We have built a monument in memory of Jose Joe Campos Torres, a 23-year-old, a veteran, a Mexican-American. He was beaten, brutally murdered by 2 police officers, driven by hate, racism, and white supremacy. This, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, is a domestic terrorism that Latino communities have endured for decades, but often overlooked. African Americans, Asians, Muslims, and Latinos have and continue to fall victims of domestic terrorism, but no more. And these heinous acts are left unanswered, they will continue. Doing nothing is simply not an option. This bipartisan legislation provides the resources and tools that law enforcement and communities need to combat these threats. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation before us. And Mr. Chairman, just one final note. It is just really troubling to see some of the discussion at this table that just simply makes up stuff. You know, I sit here and have the other side of the aisle try to suggest what I'm thinking or what some of us.
I like how she's accusing other people of just making this shit up. There are a lot of times where people on opposite sides of an issue will accuse you of doing the very thing that they are in fact doing. And this is one of those cases.
On this side of the aisle are thinking. A lot of it is frankly just made up stuff. I think we need to move on, and as was suggested by someone, we need to look at facts. And the facts are, we need this bill. We need to do something about domestic terrorism before it truly.
This lady would not know a fucking fact if it sat on her face and started to goddamn wiggle.
Truly gets out of control. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, I'm always interested to learn priorities. And what we saw from the gentleman from Rhode Island talking about priorities and trying to sweep under the rug the vast array of claims from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to defund police, quote after quote after quote on the record, calling for the defunding of the police, and then claim $350 billion to go to solve that problem. Yet the Washington Post, in all of its right-wing nuttery glory, fact-checked erroneous claim by Democrats in Jen Psaki, that the GOP, rather than progressives, had defunded the police. They gave him 3 Pinocchios, quote, significant factual error and or obvious.
See, they should be giving them 3 like giant dildos, because they're absolutely ass fuckery at this point.
Contradictions, i.e. mostly false. The $350 billion was to go to state and local aid, to sweep aside actually funding the police after local police were defunded, while crime skyrockets across the country. We know this to be true, but you know what, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they don't like to talk about those facts. When we had a hearing in here about the heartbeat bill, I said, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will not mention the word heartbeat the rest of this hearing. Guess what? They didn't. Because heartbeat doesn't really help the agenda, talking about a heartbeat, does it? And here, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want to talk about dead Americans. Also, not very helpful to the agenda. 5,000 dead Americans, as my colleague from North Carolina pointed out. None of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to talk about those 5,000 dead Americans, do they? Not helpful to the agenda. My colleagues on the side of the aisle don't want to talk about the skyrocketing murder rates in the 12 major cities that broke their homicide records in 2021, all had Democratic mayors. Not
And Democrat gun
helpful
control
for the agenda. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want to talk about victims of crime, that 89% of black victims were killed by black offenders. We don't want to talk about that or talk.
Yeah, 89% killed by black offenders. There are a large number that were killed by Latino offenders. There are very few that were killed by white offenders. So I'm just wondering where all these racist ass cracker asses motherfuckers is. Because I ain't run across many in my life.
About ways we can address that, because it's not helpful to the agenda. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want to talk about the dead Americans from fentanyl. 100,000 dead Americans from drug overdoses and poisonings. Don't want to talk about that. Not helpful to the open borders agenda.
So wait, you mean drugs coming across our very porous open borders kill basically 10 times the amount of people that guns kill? Huh. Fuck me running. Who would have known?
Causing Americans to die. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they don't want to talk about the deaths piling up from this body's COVID policies, suicides, mental health issues, people dying because they couldn't get health care because of lockdowns. No. Let's just run away from that. Let's just sweep that aside. Let's not talk about excess deaths. Let's not dive into and have hearing after hearing about excess deaths.
I'm wondering how big a fucking broom Democrats have and how big a goddamn rug it is that they sweep the shit under.
Talking about tens of thousands of Americans of excess deaths for non-COVID natural causes. Are we studying that data? No, because it's not helpful to the agenda.
If you guys see my hand running down low, I'm not pulling a Jeffrey Toobin. I'm actually petting a pussy. So just want to let you guys know.
My colleagues simply don't want to talk about these issues. They don't want to talk about the dead that are resulting from radical environmental unicorn energy policies around the world. We're seeing play out in real time because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so committed to their radical leftist environmental energy agenda that they want to bury their head in the sand as to what's actually happening when you don't drill for American oil and gas and have a strong position in the world to ensure that we've got energy abundance to make sure that we're secure, free, and have the energy we need. No, that's not helpful to the agenda. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you know what I never hear from my constituents? I never hear from my constituents, oh, please give the Department of Justice more power. Please Congressman Roy, will you please give the Department of Homeland Security more power? I just please. Please, Congressman Roy, will you please give the FBI more power? I want the FBI up in my grill. I want the FBI targeting my parents. I want the FBI targeting Americans for daring to question the holy grail of school boards. Yeah, I get those questions a lot. And I would just point out in closing, following up with Mr. Jordan's points, the FBI's counterterrorism criminal divisions created a threat tag, EDU officials to track instances of related threats according to the email from a whistleblower. The purpose of the threat tag is to help scope this threat on a national level and provide an opportunity for analysis of the threat picture for effective engagement with law enforcement. That's what this bill would do. It would empower federal bureaucrats, federal authorities to go after the American people. And that's why we're opposing it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is
Yeah, this guy moves to actually get down on his knees and suck the dick of the federal government. That's what he moves to do.
recognized.
Thank you. We remember in 2015 when a white
And this, if you don't know this absolute sleazeball, this is Jamie Raskin. Yeah, I don't think he's ever met a government dick he wouldn't suck. He'd at least hold it in his mouth till the swelling went down. And if there was cock-flavored bubble gum, he would more than likely blow bubbles.
supremacists entered the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina, and executed 9 Christians praying, including Reverend Pinckney, a state senator. Remember, in 2018, a violent white nationalist anti-Semite entered the Tree of Life congregation in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and murdered 11 people during a Saturday morning prayer service, the deadliest mass attack on Jewish Americans in U.S. history. 2019.
Are you going to get around to the kosher deli where the Black Hebrew Israelite shouted up, or Pulse nightclub, or the shooting in Texas? God, I can't remember the name of it now, where the Muslim and his wife went and shot up a company Christmas party, or anything like that. No, Raskin, you're not going to get around to that. Makes sense. You cock-flavored bubblegum chewing piece of shit.
We remember an extremist jacked up on hatred of Hispanics entered a Walmart and murdered 23 people in El Paso, Texas, in the largest terrorist attack on Hispanics in modern U.S. history. These were actions. These were deeds. These were not words. This was not language. These were violent events. Remember, on January 6th, a violent, seditious mob smashed our windows, broke down our doors, and wounded, injured, and hospitalized more than 150 of our police officers in order to storm the Capitol and shut down the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history. Some of those rioters and insurrectionists brandished Confederate battle flags and neo-Nazi regalia, such as T-shirts saying Camp Auschwitz staff on them. Several people died in this mass attack on the U.S. Capitol. Many members of Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, denounced this as terrorism, even as some of our colleagues tried to blame it on Antifa, including Mr. Gates, on January 6th itself. But regardless of whether you think it was Antifa or, as all the evidence demonstrates, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and the 3%ers and the Aryan Nations and the militia groups, regardless of who did it, it was domestic terrorism. It was a domestic terrorist attack on the government of the United States. And where were all the champions of law enforcement? Some of them refused even to vote to extend the Congressional Medal of Honor to the police officers who risked their lives to save them on that day. Mr. Chairman, I support this legislation strongly. It defines domestic terrorism as criminal acts dangerous to human life intended to intimidate or coerce the civilian population, to influence the policy of government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping. It applies to terrorists of any stripe, right, left, center, green, purple, yellow, whatever.
Then why hasn't Antifa or Black Lives Matter, Black Hebrew Israelites, or any other non-white group come out of this fucking sleazeball's mouth? Because it ain't about that. Yeah, this dude completely fucking blew the lines out when it came to January 6th. Completely lied about it. And if any of you guys had the pleasure of actually watching the hearings where these officers testified about January 6th, that was some of the biggest showboating, lying bullshit that I have witnessed in my 45 years of being alive.
It is. And it shows a total focus on criminal actions and deeds, not on words. It applies to anyone who would engage in terrorist actions against the people of the United States.
So why would a lot of this be even mentioning parents who disagreed with school boards if this is the case? If you're not full of shit, why are we not talking about groups that have actually committed violent acts? Why would we not be talking about the FBI, the ATF, and a lot of their criminal actions? Seems pretty obvious to me, but no, we don't want to talk about that.
It creates domestic terrorism offices with DHS, DOJ, and the FBI. It requires reports. It promotes anti-terrorism training, and it establishes an interagency domestic terrorism task force. It is amazing and breathtaking to me that we have colleagues who are opposing legislation designed to counter the surge in domestic terrorist activity against our people all over America. And that came to this building. Senator Lindsey Graham himself said we all could have died that day.
Yeah, because Senator Lindsey Graham is an authority on honesty or logic. He didn't grow a set of balls till John McCain died, and suddenly, apparently, when John McCain died, Lindsey Graham got his balls out of his mouth. Only on certain things, though.
They could have had a bomb. And yet our colleagues instead continue to ride absurd pet little ideological crusades about critical race theory. Come on, give me a break. People are dying in these attacks, in churches, in synagogues, in mosques, in Walmarts. It came to the capital of the United States. Democracy is under siege all over the world by violent authoritarianism. And our colleagues, for some reason, refuse to stand up against it. Just like some of our colleagues are soft on Russia and soft on Putin, who they consider a genius, along with Donald Trump, whose brilliance and savvy they praise. They are soft on defending America against violent right-wing authoritarianism. Enough is enough. Let's take on domestic terrorism. Let's pass this legislation. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to put to the record a letter of support from the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights and Human Rights, a coalition of 230 national organizations who support this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you.
For what purposes Mr. Issa seek recognition?
Move to strike last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, gentlelady just moments ago, or her previous time, said we make things up. Well, let me give you some facts. First of all, for a very long time, the vast majority of people on both sides of the aisle have said Vladimir Putin is a murderer. We have, on a bipartisan basis, for years tried to rein in this thug who murders his political opponents, poisons them, and the like. So I appreciate people talking about, made-up facts, but let's understand that this Congress has, in fact, been pushing hard on, and I give credit to both sides, all the way back to Chairman Tom Lantos and Henry Hyde, to rein in an out-of-control country and dictator who today murders his neighbors in massive numbers. Moving on to the bill itself, I just want to make sure I'm dealing with fact. The bill's summary, H.R. 350, addresses domestic terrorism and hate crimes through several requirements, including authorized domestic terrorism components of the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice and the FBI investigations. But what it says specifically that is important, it says, creating an interagency task force on white supremacists and neo-Nazi infiltration of the uniformed services.
Okay, let's look at a couple things real fast. Just because these idiots have been talking about January 6th as being this hugely racist attack on democracy, what the fuck ever. So let's see. This was November 7th, 1983. The Senate had planned to work late into the evening, Monday, November 7th, 1983. Deliberations proceeded more smoothly than expected, however, so they adjourned at 7:02. A crowded reception held near the Senate chamber broke up 2 hours later. Consequently, at 10:58 p.m., when a thunderous explosion tore through the second floor of the Capitol's north wing, the adjacent halls were deserted. Many lives were spared. Let's look at something else. Okay, this is in 1954. 4 Puerto Rican nationalists entered the gallery armed with handguns around 2 p.m. They indiscriminately opened fire into the House floor and unfurled a Puerto Rican flag in a violent act of protest meant to draw attention to their demand for Puerto Rico's immediate independence. These assholes are hung up on a lot of people that, yes, they pushed officers and in some cases defended themselves against officers. And everybody was back to work the next day, except for one guy who died of something completely unrelated to January 6th riots. I'm thinking I'm getting lied to. I'm not sure. There's a little bit of wetness around my neck area, and there's a dude pissing back there. But he's telling me it's raining, so it could be rain.
And law enforcement, and assigning a special agent to hate crime liaison for each FBI field office. This is a large bureaucracy designed to go after our men and women in uniform, both military and law enforcement. Let's not forget its own language points to looking at and terrorizing, if you will, our men and women who serve us in harm's way. And I think the fact that that's in the language makes it undeniable, and hopefully the gentlelady will assume that I didn't make up what I just read when she sees it on her own sheets. Now, I voted for the Patriot Act, and I have been part of reforming the Patriot Act every time it has come back up because it has been overused. And the idea that we're going to use it more at this time.
The Patriot Act has been overused. That's an understatement, to say the least.
Makes very little sense, but let me just give you one more fact. The chairman continues to say white supremacists, growth of white supremacists. Let's just go to the 2019 FBI figures, which breaks down hate crimes based on a number of factors as to what they're for. But when we look...
Now, remember, even the numbers he's looking at, they changed the definition of a hate crime. Cat, you're killing me. Look at this shit. I got fucking cat ass all wrapped around my headphones. It's just what you guys wanted to see, right? Well, I know some of you wanted to see pussy, but this isn't the kind. And we are seeing a lot of assholes tonight.
When they were based on, according to 2019 figures, when they were based on race as a factor, 52.5% of the perpetrators were white, but 76% of the population is white. 23.9% of the perpetrators were black, but only 13.4% of the population is black. Now, I'm not saying anything about black people or white people, except that you cannot point only to white people and say that somehow hate crimes are done by one particular group, when in fact, as a percentage of population, that isn't even supported by the facts. So the idea that we're going after white policemen, white military personnel, just simply doesn't seem to make any sense when I look at the pure numbers. So the idea that we're going to put in every single office in America a special person to go after white law enforcement and white military personnel would certainly seem to be inappropriate. And with that, I would yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would just point out that the gentleman from Maryland talked about how he can't believe Republicans are opposed to this legislation. Well, we're not the only ones who have concerns. Story in Politico last spring from Betsy Woodruff Swan, memo reveals DOJ pushback on domestic terrorism bill. Turns out in her story, the memo she got a chance to look at, longtime dedicated career lawyers at DOJ have problems. Here's what they said in the memo. It is unnecessary and potentially harmful to establish a dedicated domestic terrorism office within the counterterrorism section. They further say that this could reduce synergy and our counterterrorism efforts and deny our attorneys the benefit of cross-pollination. They have concerns. So the career people have concerns with this legislation, not to mention everything we've said thus far about how this has been used to go after moms and dads. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back for purposes. The gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
1 year after insurrectionists violently attempted to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election, I am proud to vote to advance the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act. This is a bill that will focus federal law enforcement on the grave threat that violent domestic extremists pose to the safety of our communities and the future of our democracy. Consider the facts. Last year, the Justice Department and the Department of Homeland Security jointly reported that, quote, the most lethal domestic violent extremist threat to the United States for the last several years came from white supremacists and anti-government extremists. In January, Assistant Attorney General Matthew Olsen testified before our colleagues in the United States Senate that the number of FBI investigations of suspected domestic violent extremism has doubled.
Yeah, when you redefine what it means for a hate crime or domestic terrorism, yeah, you can open a shitload of investigations, and they are going to be opening more and more of said investigations into anybody who disagrees with our government or our fearless leader, Brandon. Yeah, you can bet there are going to be more investigations opened. I love how they play with the terms and the facts. It's absolutely maddening. Hey, Gunmetal, what's up?
doubled since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, driven by the increasing threat from those same groups. The link between bigotry and hostility to our democracy should not come as a surprise. At the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th, the people who tried to violently overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election carried Confederate flags and wore Holocaust regalia. In fact, our nation...
They wore Holocaust regalia, you fucking dumb shit, because they were calling you bastards a bunch of fucking Nazis. They had Confederate flags with them because Confederates stood up to the federal government. It wasn't because they were racist. But yeah, let's just frame the facts however the fuck you want to in your reality. And yeah, Gunmetal, you showed up at this where I'm starting to get way more frustrated with these cocksuckers. So yeah, welcome to the party, pal. Die Hard reference.
Nation's first domestic terrorism statutes, the three Clayton Acts of 1870 and 1871, rested on this insight that attacks on the rights and lives of the marginalized are attacks on our democracy itself. So I am proud to advance the tradition of those historic bills today, Mr. Chairman. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act is particularly important for the fight against violent anti-Semitism. I am outraged that over the last few years, we have seen a shameful surge in anti-Semitic violence in my district, in this country, and across the globe. Even though Jews are just 2% of the American population, they were the victims of over 50% of the religiously motivated hate crimes committed in the year 2020. In December 2019, there was even a horrific act of anti-Semitic violence in my own district, in the hamlet of Muncie, a lethal assault on Hasidic Jews celebrating Hanukkah.
Notice he doesn't mention the race of the person who committed said horrific crime.
So it is my honor to represent diverse and dynamic Jewish communities.
Notice how he just breezed past that shit. You can watch these assholes. And in another hearing, when they were going over attacks against Asian people, it was hysterical, and I have to find the video of it. But they mentioned the race of a bunch of the attackers, and then they hit like fucking 12 different attacks, and they quit mentioning the race. Because when you go back and look at those attacks, they were all committed by people who weren't white. Funny how you just breeze over that shit to push your agenda. You lying piece of shit. Again, it's the reason I probably could not testify in front of Congress, because I don't think they allow words like that in testimony, like, hey, jackass, you're a liar, or excuse me, sir, how about we go back and actually look at the facts and quit lying to the American people, you fucking cock gobbler. Sorry to anybody who doesn't like cursing. Well, actually, I'm not. But yeah, hang out anyway.
Across Rockland and Westchester counties in New York State. As a Black American, I feel a particular kinship with my Jewish neighbors. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said to the American Jewish Congress, our unity is born of our common struggle for centuries, not only to rid ourselves of bondage, but to make oppression of any people by others an impossibility.
So let me get this straight. And I just caught that. He can acknowledge that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who was a very intelligent man, acknowledged the fact that Jews were another race, or Hebrews were another race at the time that had been enslaved throughout their history. But this dickhead only talks about slavery like it only happened in the United States and it was all based on race. Okay. So the amount of cognitive dissonance in his brain won't allow him to acknowledge that. And yet he wants to spy on every American that just doesn't agree with the federal fucking government. Who exactly votes for these idiots? Yeah, gunmetal, you're right. Yeah, logic and law these days, yeah, they don't meet in the middle, brother. They don't even bump into each other in the fucking hallway.
No one should have to feel afraid to be Jewish. Indeed, no one should have to live in fear because of how they worship, what they look like, who they love, or who they are. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act takes critical steps towards defeating the most heinous and menacing sources of those fears. The bill will help ensure federal law enforcement understands, prioritize, and confront violent white supremacy and neo-Nazism by creating units in the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland.
So wait a second, brother. Let me get this straight. The law enforcement in the United States has basically tracked and fought people like skinheads and KKK for decades now. They have plenty of research on these groups. They have plenty of experience with these groups. And now you're saying that they need to be educated on these groups, like they just popped the fuck up yesterday. Like some jackass went to the garden and planted a bunch of white supremacist seeds, and all of a sudden the motherfuckers popped up. Who the hell believes these dickheads? Well, I know who believes them. They're a bunch of brain dead morons, but I can't fit that level of damn stupid into my head. It just won't fit.
Security and the FBI focused on these threats, including, yes, the infiltration of law enforcement and the military. We commit to meeting this challenge.
Now, that's another thing I can't let slide any further because it's been said a few times. There are, believe it or not, there are a lot of gangs who send people to get training from the military. MS-13 does this kind of shit. They will take someone without a criminal record or someone who can get their felonies waived and get them into the military to learn military tactics. White supremacist groups have done this in the past. Hey, Guns, what's up? Yes, there are a lot of groups, and it's not a large number, but there are a lot of groups who will do this. Why the focus is just on one part of it? Well, we all know it's the narrative. I'm glad Guns and Barbecue is blind and can't see me flick this motherfucker off. Too bad he's not deaf and he can't hear me cussing. Love you, love you, Guns.
By requiring regular reports on these forms of domestic extremism from our nation's law enforcement agencies, this bill will result in valuable information and resources for our ongoing efforts to understand and overcome violent bigotry in all its forms. And by directing these new units to collaborate with the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, this bill helps steer law enforcement towards the gravest dangers to our most targeted communities. In closing, let me say this. As a member of Congress, I nearly lost my life, like so many other folks in this room, in one of the worst incidents of white supremacist domestic terrorism in our nation's history. And that is the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th.
If you haven't unloaded all of your guns yet, I'm surprised you have not shot your computer, screen, phone, what the fuck ever. This is the closest thing near me. I have taken it completely apart. Oh my fucking God. With the damn line about January 6th being a racist attack. How? I'm about to lose my complete ability to speak in sentences listening to jackasses like this. It's just going to be a complete episode of fucking Cooper has Tourette's at this point.
Unfortunately, too many of my public colleagues try to whitewash. So today and always, I stand with...
Do you think he chose the term whitewash just because we're in a hearing about fucking white supremacy and terrorism? I'm just asking, you know, it could be, it fits. If it fits, it ships.
Everyone vulnerable to the threat of violent domestic extremism and all forms of hatred, because our democracy depends on it. Make no mistake about that. Because we all deserve to live our lives free from fear and violence, and of course, because we can only overcome these threats together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, gunmetal. Yeah, they're not about to mention Antifa, Black Lives Matter, the Black Hebrew Israelites, any group, unless you're a cracker, they ain't mentioning your ass right now, because they are just trying to push the domestic spine. And we started this out with a simple premise. Those of us who disagree with the government, well, your ass is going to be spied on now, even more than you already are. It's like them calling Candace Owens or Larry Elder white supremacists, although I'm pretty fucking sure they're about as black as goddamn Eric July, who is another cat that if you're not following Eric July, you should be. He's fucking amazing. But yeah, let that sink in. They are calling people about as black as fucking Wesley Snipes white supremacists. You can't make this fucking shit up. It's about to get fucking interesting.
I'm gonna yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Bill seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in opposition to this bill, and I associate myself to the comments made by so many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle. I just want to make three points that I think are salient. You may not think so, but I do. But I think they're salient. And the first one is this. This language in here that specifically attacks law enforcement agencies and our military forces, that's what it is. It is an attack on our police forces and our military forces. And you already see jurisdictions throughout this country that cannot recruit enough police officers because of the defund police movement that so many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle embrace. This lack of respect for law enforcement, this lack of respect for the rule of law is actually indicated by this language of this bill. And so that's point one. You're going to continue to demoralize our military and our police force, which will in turn lead to a weakening of the rule of law, continued weakening of the rule of law. Second thing is, this notion, what this bill does is emphasize that domestic terrorism originates from white supremacists. I want to point out three quick examples of where domestic terrorism has been actually where they've been interdicted and prosecuted. So, less than a month ago, 3 men pleaded guilty.
Yeah, and Bacon, you are absolutely right. Why would they call out their own foot soldiers? And that's what BLM, Antifa, Black Hebrew Israelites, and a few other groups are to the Democrat Party. They are very much like Hitler's brown shirts. They go through and they press that political position through violence in a lot of cases. They stir things up. They help create the propaganda. And what they don't realize is when they are no longer useful, they're just going to be killed the fuck off. Because apparently a lot of Antifa and Black Lives Matter have never picked up a fucking history book. And the old saying is history repeats itself. And a lot of people have said, and I truly believe, history doesn't repeat itself, but it damn sure rhymes. And Yeah, here we go.
To crimes related to conspiring to attack power grids throughout the U.S. in a domestic terrorism case. There is domestic terrorism prosecutions that go on a regular basis here. They, under the current status of the law, this, as a ranking member pointed out, will actually undermine further prosecutions and will instead divert attention away from domestic terrorists. I want to give you two specific incidents. In April of a year ago, BLM violently captured and took over the Oklahoma State Capitol. Why? They didn't like the bills that were being passed, so they took over the Capitol, violently so. Is that domestic terrorism? Some might think yes. And just last October, in what witnesses described as similar to the January 6th incident, protesters stormed the Interior Department because they were upset about environmental issues. Were they domestic terrorists?
Not to mention a bunch of crazy ass women storming the Capitol over bills having to do with abortion, where they shut down congressional hearings, much like they did with Justice Kavanaugh when a bunch of crazy ass leftist women basically stormed everything, and none of them were arrested. Well, no, I take that back. There was what's her fucking name? She's a crazy bitch. Used to be on Charmed, the TV show. Alyssa Milano. I think she got arrested at a hearing for storming whatever, and then was released on her own recognizance, whatever you want to say it is. Wasn't held without bail for months on end like January 6th people are. Wasn't called a terrorist. You think there's a little bit of a double standard going on here, guys? Just a little bit? And gunmetal, frustrating? Yeah, that's an understatement. That's why I say on my Share the Pain streams, unload anything that you have near you. Disassemble it if at all possible. Because you will desk pop or something and it may take out an electronic device.
Would they be encompassed under current law? Probably under current law. You don't need this legislation. The third thing I would say is you're expanding the scope of power of the federal government, which, as Mr. Roy so eloquently put, is not what my constituency's asking for. My constituency is asking, where is the Department of Homeland Security? Why do we have rampant, wide open border on my state, Arizona-Mexico border? When I talk to one of our sheriffs, local sheriffs, who's dealing with the impact of the open border caused by failure of the federal government, he gave me this story. His deputies came across a lady who had a bag of pills. They were inquiring what the pills were because the Tucson sector is the #1 drug trafficking corridor on President Biden's open border. So they asked her what kind of pills they were. She said, well, I knew I would be raped multiple times when I crossed. So these are morning after pills. That's fact. That's the fact.
There was a story, I can't remember whether it was a guy from Vigilance Elite that the dude interviewed or whether it's someone else. But they were talking about the human trafficking going on and coming across the southern border with young women. And by young, I'm talking not even teenage yet. That's as polite as I can say. but there was a tree there where they were basically hanging women's underwear in the tree for every woman that they had sexually assaulted. Tell me why again that it is we can't lock down our border when we know that that kind of stuff is going on. Here's another thing, just because he mentioned the border. If you lock down the United States and took away everybody's firearms, do you not think that the cartels would see the profit in firearms and would start bringing firearms along with the drugs? Considering they can get firearms from a lot of other countries, including full automatics. There's a real disconnect in between these sons of bitches and logic. It's kind of like putting a bridge over flat fucking ground at this point.
Of an inhumane open border. We were just down there again last weekend. Every month I go to the border, different portions of the border. People were coming across last weekend. I couldn't be there. I was here voting. But my staff was there. Individuals crossing illegally at 1 per minute. 1 per minute.
I'll be back.
The terrorists who were apprehended last year were more than 5 times the highest ever. I'm saying this bill is unnecessary, it's bad, but do something about the border. Join us. Let's secure our border, let's secure our nation. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the health and well-being and safety of the American people is our number one responsibility. As a 27-year law enforcement officer who had the honor of serving as a chief of police, I depended on Congress, as many law enforcement executives did, to help support us in our efforts.
If you have never watched this chick in a hearing, you really should. She's an absolute raceless, brainless fucking moron. Much like a lot of Democrats, actually. But she definitely sticks out. In a pile of cactus, and that cactus is shaped like a green thing with a bunch of dildos sticking out of it. She sticks out. No, I'll keep that comment to myself.
To protect all, to keep all communities safe. You see, law enforcement did not have the luxury of picking and choosing which communities we wanted to protect. Mr. Chairman, how did we get here? How did we get here when we can no longer come together to address domestic terrorism and hate crimes? The most powerful nation in the world. How did we get here? The Pulse nightclub is in my district. Mr. Chairman, I believe we are here because coming together just doesn't support a particular political agenda. Now, let me be clear. Law enforcement officers, the men and women that I served with for almost 3 decades, they're pretty clear-eyed. Well, they're clear about what their oath says to protect and defend.
Okay. You notice how she didn't mention the race or the religion of the person who actually committed the Pulse nightclub shooting in a hearing that's supposed to be about white supremacist terrorists? Just saying, just making an observation.
Defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic. But it appears some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle may have forgotten just what our oath says and the responsibility that we have to that oath. Mr. Chairman, regardless of how desperate some on the other side of the aisle may be to push a political agenda in these very threatening and scary, horrible times in our nation and in our world, our primary responsibility remains protecting the health and safety of the American people. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I do urge my colleagues, let's remember why we are here. We can debate a whole lot of things. The health and safety and well-being of the American people should never be one of the things we compromise for political gain. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act. And with that,
Adam, would you yield for a moment?
Yes, I'll yield, Mr.
Thank you.
Cohen.
As a law enforcement professional, do you consider the FBI a law enforcement agency?
Certainly.
Yeah, sure. They're a law enforcement agency, all right. They enforce all sorts of unconstitutional laws. And Cohen, who's actually asked that question, is an absolute statist prick. That's about the best way I can put it.
Is law enforcement, FBI, the most senior law enforcement agency in the United States of America?
Definitely.
It's funny when he starts talking, my cock starts going off. And if you guys don't realize, it's my chicken in the background. Don't think I got any sort of sexual shit going on. It was a joke about him being a dick. Keep up.
And so if you support law enforcement, and you support enforcement of the criminal laws of this country, you should support the FBI and have confidence in the FBI and not disparage them with some of the remarks we've heard today. Is that not correct?
Everybody counts and everybody is accountable. And yes, we should support our law enforcement from the federal level down to the local level. But
Now, this is the same chick, and I'd have to go back and find some other video of her, who is completely for defunding the police, which, if you guys didn't hear me say it in another stream, at this point, I am for defunding the police. At least the ones who will actually enforce unconstitutional laws. I am definitely for defunding those people. If you will enforce unconstitutional laws, much like what they're talking about here, I want you broke, destitute, jacking people off in a Walmart bathroom just to make spare change. But maybe that's just me.
that also means that we hold them accountable as well, because we want them to do the best job, not on behalf of politics, but on behalf of the American people.
Let me ask you this. You're a Democrat, as am I. I was a police legal advisor starting my career. I've never called for defunding the police, and I believe 95.
That is an absolute fucking lie. In your face lie. Because he was all for the defund the police and BLM movements. That little bald-headed motherfucker right there just insulted your goddamn intelligence. And this is part of the historical, believe it or not, this is actually part of the historical record in Congress. Both visually now, since there is video, and textually, because they do transcripts still. Yeah, he just insulted your intelligence, and that is part of history.
5% of the Democratic caucus has never called for defunding the police. Would you submit that's probably accurate?
I think defunding the police is crazy, and I think the percentage may be higher than 95% have certainly not called for defunding the police.
Notice in this hearing, Cori Bush isn't there. Ileana Omar isn't there. Ocasio-Cortez isn't there. And these folks are on record calling for defunding the police, but they still get to just absolutely lie right to your face. That to me is an indication that they have not been punched in their face. Just saying, honestly, honesty goes a long way to nonviolent confrontations.
It might make for great political theater, but there again, we are in tough times, and we need to come together to support our law enforcement agencies so we can protect the American people.
And one last.
Now, this hearing was just this last week. She's talking about we are in tough times. These people just voted themselves a raise, and they are still sucking off the government tit. They are not the ones like you, me, and everybody else who is going to work every day, working for a boss, having to complete certain tasks, being held to a certain standard, and could possibly get fired if we just didn't show up for work one day. Yeah, these are supposed to be your representatives. Do you guys feel these people are representing you these days?
Question. Did you vote for the American Rescue Plan that gave state and local governments $350 billion to help law enforcement?
I did. Thank you.
Thank you, and I yield.
The gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Benz seek recognition?
Strike last word, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just think there's one extremely, well, before I say this, I want to join my colleagues my colleagues on this side of the aisle regarding their concerns over the content of this bill. But there's one interesting element that I think needs to be mentioned. And that is, this bill is supposed to be based on Section 23315, Title 18 of the Code, which defines domestic terrorism, which means activities that involve acts dangerous to human life. Acts dangerous to human life. And if you go into this bill, you'll see that it actually expands beyond acts. What it refers to is activity, terrorism activity. So I would ask, what is terrorism activity? It's not the act, because if it was the act, that would be subject to prosecution. And so this bill goes beyond that. What it's really suggesting is that our federal agencies become involved, infiltrate, and look into things before they happen.
Speaking of January 6th, where you absolutely had FBI agents who were leading the charge to enter the Capitol, or Gretchen Whitmer's whole kidnapping thing, where you had FBI agents that were absolutely leading that event. You think we need to reel these alphabet boys in just a little bit? It's just a suggestion. I mean, I'm just an innocent guy here making a suggestion.
We've heard reference to this, but this is an extension of government into...
Would the gentleman yield for an answer?
Of course.
Activity refers to planning for acts of planning or organizing for acts of terrorism.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and where are you reading that?
I'm not reading it at all, but that's what it means.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, but it would be
So, in other words, much like we're dealing with the ATF right now, it is his reading of the text and his interpretation of the text that matters. Seems like a lot of whole pre-crime deal to me.
far more beneficial to all of us that don't have the opportunity to hear your definition, to have it included in the bill. And so I'm just saying that.
And again, realize that little fucking Humpty Dumpty Jerry Nadler, who was speaking just a second ago, said that Antifa was a myth. That myth burnt down a whole lot of shit just to be a myth. Matter of fact, if Freddy Krueger was said myth, my ass would be afraid to go to fucking sleep. But maybe that's just me.
Leaving it open leads others to perhaps agencies to suggest that we can get into, they could get into the meetings and other things by infiltration and then point at this bill as a justification. I want to refer back to Mr. McClintock's remarks regarding Winston Churchill's concerns about protecting our freedoms. Now, I am opposed to all things white supremacist. Of course I am, we all are. But at the same time, we have to make sure we protect our freedoms. I want to call out, actually, so the record is clear that on page 3, paragraph 1, domestic terrorism unit reads lines 8 and 9, Homeland Security should be responsible for monitoring, whatever that means, and analyzing domestic terrorism.
We know what monitoring means. It means spying. It means tapping people's electronic communications. It means going into people's social media. We know exactly what that monitoring means. And yeah, Bacon, we are definitely all on a list. God knows how many lists that I have made it on at this point in my life. But I will guarantee you there are a few, especially after starting this channel, when I'm out there a little bit more into the public sphere. Yeah, ATF, have fun with this shit. I'm a little bit comical, but I lead a pretty goddamn boring life.
Terrorism activities. Now, the bill is, shall we say, loosely written in that in different portions thereafter, it refers to acts. But then if you jump ahead to page 11, line 10, it reads, focus their limited resources on the most significant domestic terrorism threats. Okay, is a threat an act? No. And so what I'm suggesting that if this bill is going to go forward, there needs to be a great deal more work done on the definition portions of it. And I strongly recommend we do this before we move forward.
Now, understand, much like me following a bunch of these fucking morons on Facebook and Twitter and commenting on their things, just because I disagree with them, they could say I was a threat. Even though I have made no threat. Matter of fact, the only threat I have made wasn't a threat. It was a fucking promise. And that was to Tommy Tuberville, who is my senator in Alabama, which is, if you will not defend our rights, then I will use my platform to promote whoever the fuck is running against you, and I will campaign against you. That could be seen as a threat, although it was an absolute promise. Was it a violent threat? No. Nowhere was I trying to be violent. Through the course of a lot of shit going on these days, and Alabama finally passed constitutional carry, but I talked to quite a few representatives and Congress people from my state, couple of Democrats. I was very polite in my conversations with them, although I did let them know that I was for not having to pay the government a fee to actually use my constitutional right, and nowhere in the history of any fucking gun law, and this is where I go off a little bit. Y'all buckle up. Nowhere in the history of any of these gun laws has a true criminal, violent criminal, ever went to walk out of their house and went, holy fuck, I can't take that gun. I don't have a permit. Jesus Christ, I can't do that drive-by. I can't go shoot that fucker in the face. I'm going to have to leave my gun at home, even though it's a gun I shouldn't have because I'm a convicted felon in the first place. Fucking the absolute stupidity of these people is fucking mind-boggling. That's my rant. Sorry, guys.
On this bill to Congressman Tiffany.
Thank you to the member from Oregon. I just want to address the gratuitous comments that were made by the gentleman from Maryland in regards to equating President Trump and Vladimir Putin. If that was actually the case, that the president was attempting to help the Russians, he sure did an awful job of it. And I'd first start with that there was no Russia collusion. And I know some people still believe that because they don't believe that there was Russia collusion because they don't read anything else. But all you got to do is look at the Mueller report. And then all you have to do is read some of the fine print in the Washington Post over the last number of months, and you'll see that they have acknowledged that there was no Russia collusion. In fact, it is something we should look further into in regards to other candidates who may have engaged in Russia collusion. But let's take a look at the actions over the last couple years. We had $60 barrel crude oil. President Trump left office. It's now $100 a barrel. Why did that happen? Because we decided no longer to be energy independent, and that started on January 20th of 2021 with the shutdown of Keystone and all the other things that have happened since then to take away.
Okay, just to say something about this whole Trump-Russia shit. Couple things you have to realize. One, Trump allowed our military to engage Russian forces in Syria and actually put them underneath a little bit of dirt. Two, we were the largest supplier of natural gas in the world. And we were supplying places like Poland with natural gas, which slit Putin's throat because Putin wanted to supply Poland with natural gas. Now, the reason Putin wanted to supply Poland with natural gas is because he would have had to run a pipeline. And anywhere Putin runs a pipeline, he sends his private military in with the pipeline to so-called defend it. He would have taken Poland without a shot fired. You can look at that more than likely happening within the next 2 years because after they settle some shit in Ukraine, he's going to fucking walk right into Poland. In other words, Trump, the Russia shill, was out there and slit in Putin's throat in 9 ways till Sunday, basically bending him over and jabbing him in the prison wallet with very large objects. But idiots don't understand this. Thus, we have Brandon for a president right now, who took a pretty stable world and set it the fuck on fire as soon as he got elected.
Energy independent. Let's look at the Nord Stream pipeline, which was okayed by the Biden administration, an act that followed shortly after the January 20th, 2021 shutting down Keystone. And you have energy independence gone for America, and Vladimir Putin has used that additional $40 a barrel that he's making now, $100 versus $60 back on January 19th of 2021. He's used that to fund his war machine. So it's very clear that the previous president certainly did more to keep Vladimir Putin at bay than the current president is doing, including offering defensive weapons to Russia's neighbors. I yield back.
Yeah, you guys need to remember that Russia's initial engagements in Ukraine started in 2014, and we had another weak sauce president by the name of Barack Obama that would not support Ukraine. We also had a we had a vice president at the time whose son was busy smoking crack and making deals in Ukraine, and then giving money to the big guy. And now that former vice president is the president, and the Ukraine has gone back to shit. Anybody see a theme weaving its way into this shit yet?
To the gentleman from Oregon.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so glad that we're here today to consider this bill. Sorry, just distracted here for a minute.
She was distracted because she was watching cat videos or lesbian porn. One of the two.
Last month's subcommittee hearing on crime, in hearings we've held over the past several years, we've heard from experts about continued violence against minority institutions like HBCUs and houses of worship. The data that we have is clear. Domestic terrorism and hate-based violence are alarmingly on the rise, and white nationalists, extremist militia members, and other violent far-right extremists pose the biggest threat. These domestic terrorists use conspiracy.
Are you guys glad you took your guns apart yet? I'm thinking about sticking that disclaimer into the show title for the Share the Pain streams from now on. Or maybe I can figure out how to do a ticker at the bottom. Take your guns apart, unload everything, just have that running constantly. Yeah, compared to Pelosi. Yeah, well,
Theories, disinformation, and false narratives to recruit new extremist group members, sow distrust in our government, and encourage acts of violence. These kinds of horrifying hate-filled incidents cannot be normalized. Quite frankly, I'm shocked that our colleagues across the aisle who claim to be the party of law and order, but with their rhetoric and efforts to pit Americans against each other, have become soft on terrorism, as long as the terrorists are on their side. I join my Democratic colleagues in condemning terrorism, no matter.
This is a bitch who was completely behind Black Lives Matter and Antifa burning cities to the ground. But she wants to accuse someone else of being on the side of terrorists.
No matter the source, foreign or domestic, left or right. And I join my colleagues in recognizing that the federal government has an important role to play here. We can and must work to prevent this violence and protect our communities. This bipartisan legislation will make our country safer by giving law enforcement the tools needed to effectively combat domestic terrorism. I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill, and I look forward to passing it out of committee today.
Now, this is just something that a general thought that I had. Realize she is in her office in the House. She's got thousands and thousands of dollars worth of woodwork and everything else behind her. Think she's got a little bit of a complex about being important.
I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
I move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been listening with great interest this morning. Certainly want to associate myself with the comments made by my colleagues on this side of the aisle. We've really heard some absurd statements this morning out of our Democrat colleagues. We were all intrigued on this side to hear just a few moments ago the suggestion that now the Democrats claim they are the ones who support and want to fund law enforcement. And of course, that must be a joke. I mean, it must be a joke. We have long videos of highlights of virtually, seemingly every member of the Democrat caucus in the House breathlessly saying over the last year and a half or so that they wanted to defund the police. And clearly there's a big chunk of the caucus that has made it their #1 issue, including a couple of members of this committee. I think in particular Congresswoman Bush and Mr. Jones and others that this is the thing they talk about all the time. And so I was just curious to hear some of my friends over there disclaiming this when their own colleagues are sitting down the aisle. Let me rebut a couple of things that were said. Someone has said here just a few moments ago that the American Rescue Plan gave money to law enforcement. That's not true. It did not explicitly give any money to law enforcement. It gave money to states and localities to spend as they see fit. Now, thankfully, some of them have used wisdom and applied it appropriately with the shocking rise in violent crime, the rising crime rate, and they've spent it in that manner. But that was not by the direction of the Democrats in Congress. Come on. I mean, we've seen his.
Yeah, it's real funny to me. Actually, it's real sad how these Democrats can call out rising crime rates and so-called gun violence, but they never want to admit that the true causes of that, things like defunding police initiatives in very violent neighborhoods, all their gun control, their support for Black Lives Matter, Antifa. Yeah, they don't want to talk about shit like that for some damn reason. Maybe I'm a little slow, but, I'm still figuring it out.
Historical revision this is just absurd. I sent a letter to President Biden on July 22nd of last year asking him to direct the Treasury Department to specify that a portion of the American Rescue Plan funds be devoted to law enforcement. You know what I got in response? Nothing. I CC'd Secretary Yellen. Nothing. That did not come from the White House. It did not come from the Democrats of Congress. And look, the American people are onto this. It's a joke. I want to use.
No, jackass. Unfortunately, there are a few of the American people that are onto this. But the vast majority of the American people are headline readers at best, which means they only read the headline. They never actually look at the facts. Or they're just so fucking retarded that they believe everything the media pushes. And in which case, we're fucking doomed until we wake enough of these people up to actually pay attention to the facts. I don't believe we're completely screwed at this point. However, the lube is on the big green weenie, and it is awful close to being inserted.
Yield the balance of my time to Mr. Bishop.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I was struck. The thing I love about Mr. Bentz is he always reads every word carefully, and there's no substitute for that. And to a point that he made, and it triggered a thought in me that I thought also worth making here. When we talk about this domestic terrorism terminology being sort of reinvented constantly, blurred in terms of what's being talked about, and sort of transformed into, amazingly enough, a cudgel to use for a political agenda. That's what has transformed this situation from this bill passing on voice a year ago to where we are today. But the point Mr. Bentz made on pages 11 of the bill and page 12.
Now I can't scoot past that. 2 years ago, this bill, which is a retread, in other words, all they did was fucking change the date on it and resubmit it. It passed on a voice vote.
A reference to domestic terrorism threats. The terminology domestic terrorism threats. So you got the question of what is terrorism activity relate to? You had that interaction with the chairman. And of course, that term's yet another one. And it made me think of this. Department of Homeland Security on February 7 issued from the National Terrorism Advisory System a summary of terrorism threat to the U.S. homeland. And included among the items that it lists are the proliferation of false or misleading narratives which sow discord or undermine public trust in U.S. government institutions.
Yeah, you remember how YouTube started throwing up these fact check things on everybody's posts?
That's the domestic terrorism threat of a threat actor. Okay. And this is not something that's just written on the back of an envelope. This is from the National Terrorism Advisory System. I mean, I don't even know who's responsible for it. I intend to find out when Republicans are in control. But if you go down further, it makes reference to there's widespread online proliferation of false or misleading narratives regarding unsubstantiated widespread election fraud and COVID-19. So we're back to where we were. You know, I thought we were past that by now, where if you had a lab leak theory you were interested in and decided to advance that, you were shunned from Facebook for a time. Now you're a domestic threat actor.
Yeah. How many people in this chat right now have questions about COVID-19 and this last election? How many people do each one of you know that have these same questions? Welcome to being a radical white domestic terrorist, you bunch of perps.
So why in the world would we be at all concerned that this bill, that the new authorities and structures created at the FBI might be turned wrong against Americans who are expressing First Amendment activity? And with that, I yield back to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Well said. I yield back. I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle and
Okay. This is the point where I wish I could just cut in another video real quick, because those of you who aren't familiar with Hank Johnson, this is the jackass who thought the island of Guam would tip over if we put more Marines on it. Yes, I said that correctly. He actually thought an island in the Pacific would tip over if we put more personnel on that island. He actually, in the hearing, in his statement, went through the dimensions of the island. He asked this to a Navy admiral who fielded that question beautifully. I could not have done it as well as him, because I probably would have snapped out at that point and just asked him if he was a complete fucking moron or if he just played one in congressional hearings. And Hank Johnson, believe it or not, is a lawyer, supposedly, by trade. If you were ever in a legal situation and Hank Johnson came to defend you, I recommend shooting yourself right in the fucking face, because if it was a parking ticket, you're going to the gas chamber, because this guy's an absolute fucking moron.
the Republican Party may find it hard to believe. Maybe they are in denial, or they just simply don't know. But the fact of the matter is that domestic terrorism and hate crime is nothing new in this country. It has existed from the inception of this country. And it has been perpetrated by those who look like my friends on the other side of the aisle. And the victims have looked like me. And they look like Sheila Jackson Lee.
Again, this jackass only equates hate with a white-skinned individual. He thought an island would tip over. This is the level of intellectual acuity, or whatever you want to call it, that we are dealing with this particular specimen from the Democrat Party.
And they look like Jerry Nadler and Steve Cohen, two Jews. And they've looked like Ms. Garcia, who one of my colleagues referred to as a young lady, Judge Garcia. They have looked like Ted Lieu. They have looked like Mondaire Jones, LGBTQ. These are people who sit on this side of the aisle, and so we know what domestic terrorism and hate crime is all about. I'm from the great state of Georgia, representing eastern suburbs of Atlanta. Atlanta was the place where 1 year ago today, 8 people killed by a white supremacist, 6 women killed, 8 people shot, 6 Asian women. And that community has lived in terror since then. And it's no doubt that there's a need for H.R. 350. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle just don't want to believe that there's a need for it, because it has a specific focus on white supremacists. Why? White supremacist violence. Why? That's where the hate crime has been coming from. That's the rise in hate crime. It was so vividly illustrated, the rise in hate crime, to the world to see on January 6th of 2021. And nobody will ever forget that white man with the Confederate flag, a big one, walking through the Capitol as one of the insurrectionists. We'll never forget the hangman's noose and the gallows that were set up.
Yeah, because that hangman's noose was there saying that we need to start putting some people in nooses who are trampling our rights. But you see that as something racist, because obviously no one in the history of man has ever been hung for anything other than being a different color. You absolute mental fucking midget. Hold on, I'm going to catch up with Bacon real fast. Yeah, dumbass, LOL. Everyone knows. Yeah, islands do tip over, apparently. They're like giant fucking bobbers, actually. I don't know how they keep them anchored to the sea floor to where they don't just float around, but yeah, I mean, hell, everybody knows islands will tip over. Yeah, zillions was not, in fact, a actual number. I'm pretty sure that the way our government operates, Bacon, they could make zillions up and try to print that much money. Just saying, knowing them. Yeah, well, that's what happened, Crow. Atlantis, believe it or not, it was a real place. It was there. But they put too many people on it, and the fucker flipped over and then sank. That's exactly what happened to it. I mean, didn't you know? Have you not been informed about this shit? Hank Johnson knows it.
Those are triggers for us because we know what that means. The KKK, which was made up in part of police officers and law enforcement officials, sheriffs.
Yeah, and never mind the fact that the KKK was a militant wing of the Democrat Party. Anybody have the sense that history is getting kind of rewritten at this point? Just saying.
And people in the military, we know that there's a need for there to be legislation that would root out those kinds of people from our law enforcement communities and from our military. We know that the figures show that incidents motivated by race, ethnicity, or ancestry have increased dramatically. We know that the Center for Strategic and International Studies showed that domestic terrorism in 2020 was at its highest level of any year the organization has analyzed. And according to CSIS, since 2015, right-wing extremists have been involved in 267 plots or completed attacks and 91 fatalities. And just under half of these fatalities were in connection with an attack that involved white supremacy. So,
does anybody realize the fucking U-turns and shit he was just taking with that? Personally, I think he watches a little bit too much CIS into way too much, well, I won't even say midget porn because, I mean, come on, everybody's got a midget fetish.
the problem, my brothers on the other side of the aisle, I don't see any sisters over there, but the problem is real. And the people on this side of the aisle, we know it's real because we've been victimized by it throughout history. So we've been.
This is a black dude, one who, and I can't get this through my fucking head, actually made it through law school, apparently passed a bar exam, and is now a member of the United States Congress, voted for by a bunch of people, a lot of which were of other races, sitting there telling you that our country is racist. And some people actually believe this shit. Okay.
The victims and the folks who've been the victimizers look like y'all. And maybe that's why you are not willing to admit that this is a problem that needs to be addressed by this legislation. But I'm glad that we have the majority so that we can do something about it, because when my friends on the other side of the aisle, if they should ever claim the majority, we're going to be on the menu. And it does not look good. So we're going to have to get out here and make sure that that doesn't happen. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back for
Mr. Chairman, I'd like the words taken down of the gentleman.
Would the gentleman like to rephrase?
I'll retract.
Now, this is a lot like in a court case where a prosecutor or someone else can say a bunch of bullshit, and they ask that they're the opposing person, the counsel, whatever, asks that something be stricken from the record, even though the jury just heard it and the jury is not going to forget about it. It might be stricken out of the partial record, but the damage has already been done. And that's exactly what Hank Johnson, who, fuck me running, is or was a lawyer. He actually understands that part. Although I don't see how this dumb motherfucker can remember to breathe, but okay. I know I say that a lot, but there's certain cases I just don't know what to fucking say. When you're dealing with this level of fucking stupidity, what the fuck can you say? I have no answers for this.
Okay.
I accept that, thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Has to strike the last word.
And Mr. Chairman, I forgot if I might. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to
Gentleman's
strike the
recognized.
last word. Thank you. It's amazing. I've been part of this hearing virtually and listening to the comments, and I've been quite surprised. It's amazing how many times we heard defund the police, and then to hear you didn't hear what your lying ears and eyes have been telling you heard. Move along. There's nothing to see or hear here because we have not advocated for defund the police. It doesn't take, well, you need to use something besides Google, but if you do a proper search, not a Google search, but a proper search that's not adversely affected by the Ministry of Truth, then you'll find plenty of quotes from friends across the aisle who wanted to defund the police, including two people on our committee on the Democrat side, not the Republican side. And when we hear that...
And see, that's a perfect point. Google, in their infinite wisdom, edits a lot of things that you can search for. There was, I can't remember what it was. I was searching for something the other day that like 2 months ago I could find very easily. All I had to do was type in the first few letters and it would pop up. Poof, it was there. I went to search for it like 2 days ago. I got to the 4th page of results, started getting all the Russian bot sites, and finally found it. And for the life of me right now, I can't remember what it was. It was something that was important at the time. But yeah, it's funny how Google seems to work with the narrative of the Democrat Party. Just something I've noticed.
Republicans voted against Capitol Police getting the Medal of Honor. I can tell you as one person that voted against that bill, I was not against them getting the Medal of Honor. I was against having any lies in the bill as part of the recitation. This is something we've seen over and over, where Democrats will put something meritorious, something we can all agree on the bill, and then put a lie in there as part of a recitation so that, oh, well, if you vote for the thing we all agree on, then we can use that against you and say, you admitted that this falsity was true. And so some of us just have a problem voting for things that we know are not true. It's like law enforcement putting a false statement in the middle of a bunch of true statements and asking the witness or the defendant to sign it. It's not appropriate, and nobody should ever sign a statement or vote for a bill that has a ridiculous statement of fact that is not. It is also coming on the heels of being shocked by hearing people on the other side of the aisle actually advocate for what Orwell predicted some 80, 70 years ago. Let's have something which sounds like a ministry of truth, where the government tells us what's true, and then anybody that goes against that is a domestic terrorist, and we'll have them arrested.
This is where I will throw a plug in for people, or for Audible. If you're like me and you don't like to sit and read, but you do like books, audiobooks are the way to go. And Audible is a really good site. 1984, which is something I have in my Audible library on my phone, is an exceptionally good book. And yeah, it basically predicts everything that's going on right now. There's a matter of fact, when I talk about things that predict what's going on right now, I think the next Share the Pain stream is going to be a interview with a former KGB agent that goes through how we got here. And he predicted it in the 80s, and laid out the case for how we would get to this point. Yuri Bezmenov, I think, is his name. I'll have to look it up again. But he pretty much laid out the whole case that Russians would destroy America and not have to fire a shot, and they would do it through disinformation. And ta-da! Here we is. Yeah, dude. He just referenced Orwell, and he keeps referencing him. And shit gets spicy in just a minute.
I haven't heard anybody on the other side advocate for the ministry of love that Orwell talked about, that if you disagreed with the ministry of truth, then you're a domestic terrorist. And in 1984, the ministry of love would come arrest you in some outrageous manner, kind of like the Department of Justice is doing since January 6th. And then they would take you to the basement and torture you until you agreed with whatever the Ministry of Truth said. I mean, it is incredible how far we're going in the wrong direction. We should be coming together. If we're ever going to get to Dr. King's dream, it means we quit advocating for looking at the color of people's skin, that we stop this ridiculous idea of now let's segregate so that one color people can have certain accommodations. I mean, we're going the wrong way. And who's behind the recent rise in U.S. anti-Semitic attacks? This is a BBC article, because it's hard to find a mainstream. We used to call them mainstream. Now they're alt left. But in this article, it says violence and harassment targeting American Jews broke out coast to coast amid the 11 days of fighting between Israelis and Palestinians that ended in a ceasefire on 20 May. This is from 2021. Incidents including outdoor diners in Los Angeles who were physically attacked by a group carrying Palestinian flags, violence against Orthodox Jews in New York City, home to the largest population of Jews outside of Israel, and Nazi imagery posted on synagogue in Alaska this week. But it goes on to point out that last year saw the third largest or highest number of attacks, and it comes during the Democrats' tectonic shift against Israel. That's worth noting, and it's worth getting into the record. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I seek recognition to prove I'm a complete fucking idiot. And apparently no one ever taught her that it is best for someone to think you're an idiot versus opening your mouth and proving you're an idiot. And she is fixing to prove she's an idiot.
Thank you. 1 year ago today, on March 16th of 2021, the Atlanta community was rocked by the horrific mass shooting on 3 different spas, which took...
Again, dude had nothing to do with race. That was proven during what we call an investigation. They proved the guy had a sex addiction, and he blamed the people at the spas where he was getting happy endings from for his sex addiction. So he ended up going to shoot said people. Race had dick to do with it. However, looking at Lucy McBath, if she was getting dick down good enough, she probably wouldn't be a Democrat. But here we are.
The lives of 8 innocent victims. Now, this was a targeted attack on the Asian American community. And all 3 of the spas, they were owned by Asian Americans. And 6 of those 8 victims were Asian women. These types of hate crimes, they've existed for decades, but they've continued to rise over the past several years. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act would actually help us to stop these horrendous hate crimes from happening. And it would also...
How would they have stopped this guy? This guy was getting happy endings through a few different massage parlors, which I haven't done, but I'm not against. And then he decided that he had issues with his sex addiction and went to shoot people. How would any of this stop him? He wasn't making social media posts about it. He didn't advertise about it. He just went one day and got his happy ending and then went and shot people. Oh, and that face she's making right there in that still frame is absolutely beautiful. But yeah, why does she look like a fucking alien sex doll? It looks like E.T. the blow-up sex doll in that picture. Just throw a wig on E.T. There you go. Is anybody else seeing this shit? Or is it just me? It could just be me. I'm not saying I'm right in the head. I've never said I was sane.
also help to stop our communities from continuing to reel with the pain and the loss that so many have felt and they continue to feel. DPTA would finally create dedicated domestic terrorism units within our federal executive departments who would be tasked with monitoring, investigating, and prosecuting cases of domestic terrorism. Additionally, based on joint biannual reporting to Congress, these offices would focus their resources on the most significant threats. And importantly, in preparing these reports, the newly created offices would review hate crime incidents to determine if those incidents constitute domestic terrorism. 1 month ago, our Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security Subcommittee held a hearing on the rise in violence against minority institutions, calling attention to the increased domestic terrorism threats made against historically Black colleges and universities.
I don't even think it was a month ago. I have to pull that hearing up, but I'll listen to that one too. Because again, I will throw in headphones and listen to shit while I'm working. But in that entire hearing, one, they never mentioned a single fact to support their case. And 2, they never mentioned anybody being charged with anything. And 3, they never mentioned the ethnic, nationality, whatever of anybody who was threatening these colleges. Which I'm just saying, if you don't offer evidence and you don't make a concrete case, well, then I think your house is made of shit. And goddamn, I hope it don't rain, because you're going to get flushed down your own drains. Yeah, Bacon, you'll never unsee it. Ever. Thank me again. Love you.
Universities. In my home state of Georgia, 3 institutions have received bomb threats over the past few months. These include Spelman College, Fort Valley State University, and Albany State University. So hate crimes like this undermine the safety and the security of our institutions. So the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act of 2021 really makes it much easier for our federal agencies to get the information that they need to keep our schools, our communities, and our nation safer. Domestic terrorism is not just a threat to Atlanta or to HBCUs. It is a threat to all Americans and a threat to our democracy. That's why
Here we go with our democracy shit. Democracy is mob rule, which is one of the reasons these people want democracy versus a republic like we are supposed to have. These people realize that the vast majority of Americans are always going to be uninformed and easily manipulated. That's why they want democracy. That's why they talk about democracy like they do.
strongly urge my colleagues today and every day to vote in the affirmative, but particularly today on this bipartisan bill. It's sorely needed and is sorely past time. And I yield back. I yield to my colleague from Maryland.
Thank you.
That's easy, Crow. If you make something doubly illegal, then people won't do it anymore. Didn't you know that? I mean, it makes sense. It's like felons having guns. If you just make it 2 times more illegal, they won't do it, right?
Thank you so much, Ms. McBath, and also for those clarifying remarks. I needed to intervene because I heard the gentleman from Texas talk about how the Department of Justice is somehow being converted into a ministry of truth. Of course, that has nothing to do with the bill, which is all about responding to actual episodes of domestic violence committed by domestic terrorists.
Show me the actual incidents, you fucking slimeball. I'll wait.
But the gentleman opposes a ministry of truth. He seems to support a ministry of lies. He has bought into
I would ask
Donald
that the
Trump's
gentleman's
big lies.
words be taken down. I do not support lies. I made that clear.
Okay.
I would
Well, then
ask
let me
the
pursue
gentleman's
that.
words be
I
taken
got the
down.
floor, Mr. Chairman,
I'm not
who's got
going to
the floor?
sit here and be told that I favor lies.
The gentleman will suspend.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the gentleman has endorsed Donald Trump's false claim that he won the 2020 presidential
I
election.
have not done so. I have said there was fraud in the election, and that is being borne out by.
It has been rejected by more than 60.
One at a time.
It doesn't change my motion to have the gentleman's words taken down. I won't sit here and be told that
Does
I
the gentleman-
support lies. That violates the rules.
Does the gentleman from Maryland wish to rephrase?
Let's see. I said that the gentleman from Texas is talking about a ministry of truth. He seems to favor a ministry of lies. I was proceeding to talk about his support for Donald Trump's big lie for Donald Trump's statement that-
I take it then the gentleman does not choose to rephrase.
Well, I mean, if he's willing to dissociate himself from Donald Trump's big lie, then I'm delighted to take it down. If he will denounce
Donald Trump's big lie. Donald Trump's big lie. Donald Trump's big lie. if you can't look at this last election as a rational human being and realize that there was some bullshit that went on, your skills for logic and reason are questionable at best.
I take it, the gentleman,
bang that hammer.
Gentleman, if the gentleman will withdraw his comments, we can move on. If not, we'll have to vote on taking the words.
Based on my understanding that he does not advance Donald Trump's big lie, then I'm happy to say that he is not favoring a ministry of lies based on that stipulation, because I'd understood that he was going along with Donald Trump's big lie, but if he's not, that's terrific, and I just hope Donald Trump doesn't find out.
The gentleman said that I support a ministry of lies. That's a lie, and I demand his words be taken down.
All right, well, if you're willing to dissociate yourself from Donald Trump, then I'm happy to withdraw that, but let me just say this. He said that there were people from January 6th who were being somehow, I don't know, falsely or wrongly prosecuted. I wonder if
the gentleman does not with.
Yeah, there are people from January 6th, one, that never entered the Capitol that are being prosecuted. Two, that entered the Capitol when the officers let them in, opened the doors and let them in. They did no damage to the Capitol. They walked between the velvet ropes. They were completely nonviolent. They waved flags, and they are still getting charged. None of which have been charged for fucking terrorism. They're all under things like trespassing or criminal damage. Fuck me. I would choke that son of a bitch out if I ever came close enough to him to get my hands around his fucking throat. YouTube, eat a bag of dicks, because that is a completely true statement.
The gentleman does not withdraw his remarks. We will have to vote on whether to take down the gentleman's remarks.
Mr. Chair, can I make a parliamentary inquiry? Some of the controversy seems to be over Mr. Gohmert's statement that there was a lie in the resolution. If he would tell us what the lie he says was, we could determine whether or not Mr. Raskin's statement is correct or not.
It does not change the fact that he said I was supporting a ministry of lies, and that's not true. He also, want to point it out, he misrepresented what I said. I did not say that the DOJ was, it was a ministry of truth. No, the DOJ is the equivalent of.
Mr. Gohmert, what was the lie you were referring to?
Would Mr.
You're changing the subject from my demand the words be taken down.
Will Mr. Raskin agree that Mr. Gohmert was not personally lying?
Oh, I never said he was personally lying.
The gentleman agrees he's personally lying. The word is personally not lying. The words, therefore, cannot be taken.
All I said is I never said that he was lying.
The gentleman will suspend the words. The gentleman has said that he did not call the gentleman from Texas a liar, that he was not personally lying. Therefore, there is no occasion to take down anybody's words. And who had the time? I forget. And Mr. Raskin will continue his remarks. He has a minute and a half left.
I appreciate that. There was some suggestion that there was some false prosecutions going on by the Department of Justice, or people are being hounded. I know some of our colleagues have described people arrested for violent assaults on federal officers and violent invasion of the Capitol and interruption of federal proceeding as political prisoners. And we have people who are somehow claiming to be on the side of the police who have nothing to say about violent assaults on our officers who were injured, wounded, hospitalized, broken necks, broken vertebrae.
Okay, who, I'm going to sound like a fucking owl right now, got a broken neck during January 6th? Nobody that I've seen suffered broken vertebra. Matter of fact, the only deaths during January 6th were one, an officer shot an unarmed woman in the fucking neck. That was Ashley Babbitt. And there were a few other people that got pushed off of walls and fell to their deaths. One died of a heart attack. Yeah, this dude is another one that clearly has not been punched in the fucking face. Yeah.
Vertebrae broken, jaw, traumatic brain injuries, post-traumatic stress syndrome. We hear nothing about it. It's remarkable. So look, either you're going to oppose domestic terrorism across the board, or you're not. And I oppose it across the board. If you look at the language of this legislation, it puts us squarely against domestic terrorism across the board. But there's some people who seem to want to be forgiving and indulgent of domestic terrorism if it comes from people who they view as being on their side against critical race theory. And that is a very dangerous moment for American democracy when the
I like how he just adds that shit in. Anthony, yeah, I can't stand his fucking voice either. I want to choke him out every time I hear his fucking voice. And I listen to it a lot since I watched these hearings. I like how he adds that shit in. Oh, critical race theory. Ah, da, 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 da. If this world was halfway just halfway just, there would be people that would not vote for pieces of shit like this. But this is where we're at.
two major political parties are not standing together against violent domestic terrorism against our institutions. So I think that's just a sorrowful and tragic moment. And none of us should be supporting a ministry of lies or a ministry of truth in the Orwellian sense. We should just be supporting the facts and the law.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes?
This fucker wouldn't know a fact if it bit him on the goddamn ass and prayed for lockjaw. He runs from facts quicker than Usain Bolt can make it through a fucking 10-yard dash.
The gentleman from Arizona seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Reserve a
Mr. Chairman,
point
I
of order,
reserve a
sir.
point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 350, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Page 16, line 10.
Amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So many school children received their school lessons through remote learning over the last 2 years, and many parents grew concerned at the ineffectiveness of the virtual classroom. And circumstances of this learning environment have been bad enough. Fortunately, as their children received instruction from their schools under less than optimal circumstances, many parents' eyes were open to what their children were being taught in school. As a result, these concerned parents began attending school board meetings in greater numbers, voicing their outrage at the various anti-American ideals. What was the response of the school boards? Was it to listen to the parents, consult parental input in their children's education? No. School boards had their national association, the National School Board Association, write a letter to President Biden requesting that the Patriot Act be used in an effort to restrain these parents. Obviously, the Patriot Act was never intended to be used in this manner. Former Chairman Sensenbrenner, the primary author of the Patriot Act, stated that the Justice Department, quote, lacks authority to invoke federal anti-terrorism laws to chill protected expressive conduct, close quote. Less than a week after receiving the letter, the Attorney General wrote a memo directing all U.S. attorneys to meet with local law enforcement, and coordinate with the FBI on how to investigate threats against public officials at school board meetings. In a press release that followed the Attorney General's memo, the National Security Division's involvement was mentioned. According to a whistleblower, the FBI's Counterterrorism Division has been tasked with implementing the Attorney General's directive. And Mr. Chairman, without objection, I submit the whistleblower's comments.
Without objection.
Thank you. That whistleblower revealed to us that the FBI created a threat tag, edu officials, to label and track parents. This is unacceptable. My amendment merely ensures that the FBI does not use the edu officials threat tag or create a similar threat tag.
You notice how whether it is a Republican or a Democrat, they're all reading pre-prepared statements. They can't simply get in there and debate things like we would. In other words, we are informed about an issue, just like you guys are doing in chat. And like I've done in plenty of chats where an issue comes up and we discuss it. These people are all reading pre-prepared statements. Just it's so much fucking theater. It's just unbelievable to me a lot of the time.
To identify and track concerned parents. We must ensure that parents do not have their First Amendment rights of speech, petitioning, and assembly trampled by an overzealous federal government. And one way to think of it is, this was brought up earlier by Mr. Bishop, is that just recently, the Secretary of Homeland Security issued a terrorism advisory.
And yeah, Bacon, you're 100% right. Yeah, this stuff is all nothing but theater. The end outcome of this shit it's already determined before it even comes to the public eye. You're completely right.
Advisory bulletin, which indicated that widespread online proliferation of false or misleading narratives regarding unsubstantiated widespread election fraud and COVID-19 would be narratives that need to be investigated as domestic terrorism. Similarly, putting a threat tag on parents who merely...
And you can now add in with the whole COVID-19 election fraud, you can now add in anybody building guns for themselves, P.D. Ralph, Marine Gun Builder, any of those guys, any of us that post videos about the stuff, you can add all of us into that whole domestic terrorism deal.
Show up at school board meetings to question the acts of school boards can be very problematic and goes beyond the scope of this bill. That's what this amendment does. And I would urge also, Mr. Chairman, that a November 18, 2021 letter that was submitted to Director Wray by the ranking member be...
Yeah, Crow, all you have to do is disagree with the government narrative, no matter what it is, and you are a domestic terrorist, and you're going to get spied on using bills like this.
Admitted into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back the balance of the time.
Gentleman yields back. I will recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. In the past several years...
Mr. Chairman, I believe I have a point of order preserved I'd like to be heard on. No?
The amendment is germane, so there's no...
Yeah, but I withdraw mine. Cicilline may have another one. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'll withdraw mine as well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. In the past, the points of order are withdrawn. In the past several years, incidents of domestic terrorism struck communities around our country. HBCUs were recently terrorized by a wave of bomb threats. Asian Americans were the victims of unconscionable violence and the sanctity of our houses of worship.
Why will we not mention the race of people who have been attacking Asian Americans? Why will we not mention the race of a lot of people that have attacked synagogues? Oh, wait a fuck. Oh, fuck, I forgot. We got a narrative we got to push.
Worship was pierced by hostage-taking and other acts aimed at harming and terrorizing minorities. If these heinous acts are left unanswered, they'll continue. Doing nothing is not an option. This bipartisan legislation provides the resources and tools that law enforcement and communities need to combat these threats. While some Republicans continue to construct straw men to distract from their record on domestic terrorism, we're moving forward with bipartisan legislation that will make our community safer for everyone. I oppose the amendment because it creates a carve-out to the
administration to treat parents as terrorists.
I yield back.
How did we get here?
Widespread election fraud.
One color people can have the largest.
All I said.
May have another one.
continue to obstruct,
I hit a little high on that button. But notice how there was an amendment offered to this bill, and he already has a prepared statement ready to go. And he's just sitting there reading this prepared statement. You think this shit is kind of orchestrated at this point?
construct straw men to distract from their record on domestic terrorism. We're moving forward with bipartisan legislation that will make our community safer for everyone. And I oppose the amendment because it creates a carve-out to the anti-terrorism legislation, essentially for school board officials. It would prevent the beneficial effects of this bill from helping school board and other education officials. So on that basis, I oppose the amendment, and I urge all my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose is Mr. Bishop?
I'm going to speak on the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
It does seem to me, this is the, just yielding to the gentleman, make sure, because I was talking to Mr. Governor said, I'm sure, but, you know, it is striking that we have this situation. Of course, the people on this side of the dais believe we've hit upon something that's of grave concern. We've articulated it, I think, reasonably well. On the other side of the dais, people are, their breath is taken away. Some have said that we would be concerned about this, but Mr. Biggs's amendment is so simple. How about some show?
Okay. I just threw a link in the chat to join. I should have done it earlier. But if any of you guys want to bounce in and talk about the BS that these jackasses are talking about, bounce in. I'll figure out how to add you when you do it, because fuck me, I'm new to this whole live stream shit.
Of faith. Here we are, you know, that we wouldn't know anything about the edu officials threat tag. And I hope I'm not repeating, Mr. Biggs, what you said. As I said, I was partially distracted for a moment. But we wouldn't know that there's a threat tag created, popularized, disseminated around the FBI by the Counterterrorism Division to establish this threat tag edu officials to associate it with parents of school children who went to protest at their school boards. We wouldn't know about it except for an FBI whistleblower. Somebody who came forward, and for the people who are watching at home, I hope somebody is, that they don't even, that it's a, I mean, that's a discretionary disclosure, a confidential disclosure under statute by an FBI agent doesn't reveal his identity in order to avoid retaliation within the FBI. That's the whole reason we know that this threat tag was established by the Counterterrorism Division.
Yeah, when all this shit broke about the DOJ letter and the spying on parents at school board meetings and stuff, we never would have known about that whole internal document if it wasn't for someone that was in the ATF, or not the ATF, but the FBI, actually bringing it to light. That's why when the school board, whoever, school board association, wrote their so-called apology letter for this shit, they wouldn't have written that letter if they weren't called out and people didn't know about it. This shit just would have went on.
All in the world that you've asked in this amendment, I think, is that no funds be authorized to go about using that threat tag. I would love to know much more about the threat tag. Why is the Counterterrorism Division involved? I mean, we heard when the U.S. Attorney from the state of Washington testified a week ago before the Crime Subcommittee on that screen that I'm looking at over there. That's where I saw it. And I asked him what sort of threats he was aware of involving school boards, school officials, that he related or imparted to others when he had his assigned meeting by the Attorney General, and he said he wasn't aware of a single one, nor that anybody in those meetings could relate any such threats. In fact, the way he characterized it, he didn't see any threats warranting a nationwide scope of action. And yet we know this was done. So if there's the slightest good faith desire on the part of the majority that's putting this bill through a markup to allay the concerns that are triggered by that sequence of events, even until, notwithstanding that we have been denied the opportunity to obtain a full accounting about it, then what a simple amendment. What would be wrong with that? What would be wrong with taking one step to assure the minority that the concern is genuinely about the threat of domestic terrorism that confronts us all, not about the sort of stuff we see in the Homeland Security Threat Bulletin that I read from earlier, talking about misleading speech, that is disinformation and misinformation about COVID-19. That is a whole nother animal. And this is such a simple amendment. I thank the gentleman for the amendment, and I look to see whether or not the majority is interested in making the slightest gesture to reassure the minority about what the motivation is that is at hand. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I wish this woman said her last words. Again, this is Sheila Jackson Lee. I recognize the voice. Don't have anything near you loaded right now.
Ladies recognized.
I wanted to highlight again.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation work
with their rhetoric and effort.
The gentleman like to rephrase the gentleman's remarks. On that basis, I oppose the amendment.
Many of us sitting at this table.
I'm sorry. I hit the freaking button on the wrong place again. But why? Oh, can I reel it back just a little bit? Let's see.
Secretary of Homeland Security issued a terrorism advisory.
Really ought to be able to have a discussion around this. It's interesting. I think one thing I've seen is I've come for a moment, but we wouldn't know that there is a threat tag created.
226.
Discretionary.
Yeah, I screwed up. I hit the wrong button. I'm trying to catch up.
Falsely of race theory. Many of us sitting at this table are parents. Many of us have spoken at school board meetings. We have spoken both or visited or sat or listened at a school board meeting as an active parent or as I have done as a member of Congress.
The strike the last word, Bacon, this is a markup on a bill. So they're just going through amendments and stuff like that. And then it's going to be passed on to go to the full House to be voted on. So striking the last word is basically putting your support for the bill. Is about the best way I can describe striking the last word. Although, like I said, I wish some of these words were her last word. Take that however you want.
And the only current activity that looked violent in words generated.
That looked violent in words. Looked violent in words.
Through the last administration, the falsities about masks and vaccinations, and the terrorizing of these parents by the discussion falsely of critical race theory. So these are provoked issues. But at the same time as these are provoked issues, I can assure you that.
Okay, I have drank quite a few beers tonight, and I can still string a decent sentence together. Can anybody follow what that fucking hag just said?
There is a mountain of video of very frightening comments. The last of which was a woman, a mother, that indicated that she was going to get her gun.
Now you remember she said this earlier in this hearing, and I still, as much video as I've watched on these things, have yet to see this mother threaten to get her gun. Now, I can see that, because if you told me you were going to force vaccinate my children, and I told you over my dead body, and hey, bang, bang, motherfucker, you're going to have to get past my gun, I can see that shit.
And who knows what would have been the result of the gun she had and the bullets she had. That video may need to be brought up.
Bring the video up, bitch. I would love to fucking see it. Did that woman shoot anybody? Not that I'm aware of. So yeah, show me some video. Show me some fucking proof of what you're running your fucking dick smoker about.
So I would suggest to my good friend that a carve-out suggests there's a target. There is no target. It is about the ability to deal with a wide range of terrorism against religious institutions, people who's different, LGBTQ, ethnic, language. All of that is the basis of this legislation. I thank Mr. Snyder for his thoughtfulness. This is a meaningful bipartisan bill.
This is the same chick that in one of my videos, and some of you guys will remember it, that was talking about homicide versus homicide. There are differences in those terms.
This is dealing with communities of faith and ethnic minorities and others. And so let it be very clear. I am interested in thoughtful amendments, but I'm interested in saving lives. And thank you, General Garland, and thank you, President Biden and Vice President Harris, for recognizing that in this nation, it is not a sin to talk about race, racism, to talk about anti-Asian hate, which we just honored on the steps of the United States Capitol.
You honored Asian hate on the United States Capitol steps for a guy who shot people that had jack shit to do with race. And I am going to do a video over, because there's a House resolution going over that shooting. That's the one in Atlanta where dude was getting hand jobs, had a sex addiction and blamed the women for his addiction and then shot the women. It didn't have anything to do with race. This is the fucking narrative that these bastards push.
Of those 8 Korean persons, Asian persons in Atlanta that were murdered by a person that was hateful and used violence. And as someone said at that ceremony, don't attribute it to sex addiction, attribute it to hatefulness.
Yeah, because why would we go with the actual facts on anything? I'll save that for a minute later.
And that generates violence. So all I can say to you is that I don't think this is a constructive amendment. I don't think there is a need to carve out. I don't think there is a threat against school boards. There's not a threat against parents. It is simply a bipartisan effort to deal with the underlying, the undergirding, or the dangers that we've been facing over the years because people are listening to wrong information, wrong-headed information, dangerous information, and most recently it was the last president that we had in the United States who prolonged and provoked and started his campaign on hate, and he continued it for 4 years.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I think I will yield back at this time, and I'm often eager to yield, but I will not at this time. I believe this amendment is not ready and constructive, and I'd be happy to yield back at this time. Thank you.
In other words, I deny your reality, and I'm going to substitute my own at this point, no matter the facts of what we are speaking on.
Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomez is recognized.
Thank you. To strike the last word on this amendment, just to quote Department of Homeland Security Counterterrorism Coordinator John Cohen, he testified that the DHS hasn't not found evidence of rising violence against educators, refuting the ostensible reason that Attorney General Merrick Garland launched an ongoing investigation into the matter. Cohen said, quote, "We did reach out to state and local law enforcement. There have been some sporadic instances of violence at school board meetings and in educational facilities. However, the information..."
Okay, you want to talk about violence against educators. There was a young kid the other day, 18, who was reported to school authorities for whatever reason, and ended up pulling out a gun and shooting the vice principal, someone else, or the school resource officer, and the school resource officer ended up dropping the kid. He survived. That is also a case of, they say this kid had a ghost gun. So yeah, you want to talk about violence against educators. I've seen that in many instances from students themselves who have attacked and physically assaulted so-called educators. It hasn't been parents complaining about things like, I don't know, critical race theory.
We received is that local law enforcement are not seeing widespread action, unquote. I would yield the remaining of my time to the gentleman from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank you for bringing up that important set of statistics. The example just used by the chair, distinguished chair of the crime subcommittee, of a woman making a threat to go get a gun. Well, that's not covered in this amendment, is it? She's not.
Where is the proof? Where's the video? Where's the text? Where is the actual statement that the woman made? Did anybody ask this in this hearing? Not so far as I can see.
Protected in this amendment, because the amendment says you can't put that kind of tag on somebody with respect to parents voicing an opinion about the upbringing and education of their children. That would not have That would not protect someone who actually makes a threat. Now, in keeping with that, when from the document just read by Mr. Gomer, there is no widespread threat that's against school boards, number one. Number two, who should take that up if there is the sporadic threat? Local law enforcement. And they do. They do a good job, and they take that up. And then I just want to comment on something, what I think is a much broader issue. And this is when the distinguished chair was talking about wrong-headed thoughts. Too many people listening to wrong-headed thoughts, something to that effect. In America, free speech, the First Amendment protects speech. Where we have carved out and is if there's threats of use of speech to threaten and intimidate. We say that's no good. You yell fire in a crowded theater, you're not allowed to do that. If you commit fraud, we punish fraud. But if I have an opinion about an election that apparently the Department of Homeland Security finds that's not orthodox, that if I have a heterodox opinion about something, that can be classified as domestic terrorism. Whatever happened to the notion that you can have an opinion and express it in America, no matter how repugnant, unless it induces to violence or fraudulent conduct? This bill undermines that. This amendment is just a small step to right the bigger wrong of this bill. With that, I'm going to yield now I've got to yield back to Mr. Gomer, who controls the time.
Yeah. Yield to my friend.
Mr. Gomer, would you
Bishop.
yield?
Well,
He's already yielded to me, so I'll yield back momentarily. I thank the gentleman for yielding. And I know that when I asked the distinguished chairman of the crime subcommittee to engage in a colloquy about her opposition to the amendment, she declined to do that, declined even an interaction on this dais about this amendment. And the question I would have posed is, what harm does the amendment do? Even if you find it not well-founded or insignificant or attending to something that's not necessary to be attended to, at least I can say it was interesting. Back in the General Assembly in North Carolina, we would take minority amendments like that simply to allay concerns and to attempt to develop support for the bill. And I just wondered, that doesn't seem to happen here. And I guess there's something else to read into that, but I yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman yield?
And I would quote George Orwell, free speech is my right to say what you don't want to hear. Who was wanting to?
The gentleman yield?
Yield to Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, I would just ask the question, how many people have that designation that's in the amendment, the threat tag designation associated with their names today? How many parents? And maybe the more important question is, why don't Democrats want to know that? Why wouldn't you want to know if this is a rampant problem, as the Attorney General said, based solely on the letter from the School Board Association, which they've now apologized for? If it's all over the place, then we'd like to know the number. Or is it more like what Mr. Bishop brought up, where we heard from the U.S. Attorney last week, and he said 0 cases in his jurisdiction? So I don't know why you guys don't want to know. And the guy who can answer that is the Attorney General, if you just bring him back and let us talk to him.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Yeah, I guess it has.
I'll now recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just say in response first to Mr. Biggs' argument of why not just pass the amendment even though it's irrelevant, it's responding to an issue that doesn't exist, what's the harm? Well, I mean, we have a very important piece of legislation before us that's intended to respond to a real problem. I don't think we ought to spend lots of time on imaginary things. And just in case there's any question about it, no matter how often our colleagues try to make the claim, there is in fact no such tag as it relates to parents. Not only do we have the sworn testimony of the Attorney General of the United States, but we have the actual memo, the big explosive email that says, in fact, doesn't contain the word parent. And it says instead, that in order to address a spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff, goes on to say we share an obligation to.
Okay. Stopping that jackass. When you talk about violence against school members and shit like that, I just posted a link about a shooting where an 18-year-old kid, again, for some reason, the school was warned about him. He was brought to the office and he started shooting. Now, they say this kid used a ghost gun. He's an 18-year-old football player. At 18, he is eligible to own firearms, whether it's a handgun or a rifle. He can't purchase a handgun, but he can purchase a rifle at 18. They say he used a ghost gun, which I'm still waiting to see what the evidence is, but that is the real violence against schools and school administrators. What David Cicilline is talking
Take
about
up the time of this.
Well, it is absolute horse shit. It's a lie. It's bullshit.
Additional thoughts.
How about me, Mr. Cicilline? Would you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cicilline, for yielding. But I would like to pose a question to you, Mr. Cicilline, which is, this was really not an issue to begin with. As you point out, there was no witch hunt going on against parents in any way. There was an apology made immediately, was retracted, and yet some people are making a bigger deal out of this than January the 6th. Some people are making a bigger deal out of this than Vladimir Putin's invasion of the Ukraine with the encouragement and cheerleading of Donald Trump, who called him a genius. What is behind this obsessive, ridiculous focus on a non-issue?
I thank the gentleman for the question. And, I think what is particularly disappointing, and I think it's very clear, sadly, that our friends on the other side of the aisle have seen some political value, have seen somehow arguing, as all of us would strongly be against, that parents shouldn't be somehow involved in the education of their children. And in fact, they can be tagged as terrorists for attending a school board meeting. Well, everyone would think that's a crazy idea. And of course, everyone's against that. But to the extent they can make the bogus claim that the Attorney General of the Department of Justice is tagging parents as terrorists for going to school board meetings and either protesting or sharing their views about the upbringing of their children, I mean, it would be a very potent political argument against a candidate if in fact were true.
Sure. It's insane to think the federal government would spy on you for disagreeing with them. Yeah, okay. Sure.
So I sadly think it's clearly not a real issue. By all of the analysis I just presented, it's not in the memo, it's not the position of the Attorney General of the United States, it's been fact-checked by an independent source. But the only thing I can think of is that they think if they keep saying it, that somehow.
How many of us on social media have been fact-checked by independent sources in the last couple of years? I've been fact-checked over vaccines and origins of a virus or gun violence, firearms used in crimes. Okay.
How it will become true, like they keep saying, all Democrats are defunding the police, but that's just not true. So I sadly think, we're getting close to an election. This is about a desperate attempt to regain power so they can, proceed with agenda that I frankly.
If I could ask you one other question, Mr. Cicilline, because I know you're the student of this kind of political rhetoric. But look, there's a deadly serious issue here, which is real violence that is killing real people in churches, among African-American parishioners.
As opposed to real violence killing fake people or fake violence killing real people or Fuck me running, man. These people they're insane. They are absolutely insane. I'm crazy. They're insane. Crazy does stuff and at least considers the odds of survival, which is what I do with a lot of things. I can calculate the odds pretty fast. Insane is very much akin to stupid. They just do it. There's no odds considered.
In South Carolina, among Jews in Pittsburgh, in the Hispanic community in El Paso, Texas. Across the country, nobody is safe from this, and it came right here on January 6th. Why would people want to be distracting us with these irrelevant issues at this point?
Because so many of our.
Okay. January 6th, just to go into a point here, there were a bunch of people on January 6th who felt like they were being ignored and mistreated. Therefore, they took their case to the very people that they were being ignored and mistreated by. They didn't burn down the local Walmart, the local CVS. They didn't go burn down a complete town. They actually went to the source of the issue. Yeah, this guy can eat a bag of dicks. He can eat them with a fox. He can eat them wearing socks. He can eat them on a plane. He can eat them on a train. Big ones, black ones, white ones, small ones. He can eat the complete bag. One by one, two at a time if he wants. He can eat a bag of dicks. He is a lying piece of shit.
Our colleagues have remained silent and haven't even condemned the activities. Some have described them as just tourists visiting the Capitol. So I think that answers the question.
Gentleman's time has expired. Without objection, I'll enter into the record a March 15th, 2022 letter in support of H.R. 350, written by SPLC Action. And also, I want to enter into the record a USA Today article dated February 15th, 2022, that found that local school officials across the United States are being inundated with threats of violence and other hostile messages from
yeah, because we absolutely trust USA Today or Hank the Island is going to tip over Johnson to give us the facts in this. That level of stupid I have not achieved yet. Apparently, I'm not up to that level.
Anonymous harassers nationwide, fueled by anger over culture war issues. Reuters found 220 examples of such intimidation and examples. The FBI's Counterterrorism and Criminal Investigation Division created an Edu Officials tag to track cases that involve threats against school board administrators, board members, teachers, and staff, according to an email exchange between FBI officials attached to Jordan's letter. Nothing in the letter states that the tag will be used against parents who protest at school board meetings. This is the USA Today article. Nothing in the letter states that the tag will be used against parents who protest at school board meetings. A tag is a statistical tool used to track information for review, according to the FBI, which uses a wide array of tags to track cases of different types, such as human trafficking or drug trafficking. The FBI said in an emailed statement to USA Today that it must have information indicating the potential use of force or violence and a potential violation of federal law for a division to open an investigation. The FBI statement said that the agency, quote,
I still like how this sumbitch is running his dick smoker. Jerry Nadler's fat fucking Humpty Dumpty ass is standing behind him, not wearing a mask. You can't see Lurch, the tall dude standing back there, but the other dude sitting next to him, further away than Jerry
Never
Nadler,
been in the business.
is actually wearing a mask. And this isn't all theater at this point.
Business of investigating parents who speak out against, or excuse me, let me say that again. The FBI statement said that the agency has, quote, never been in the business of investigating parents who speak out on policing speech at school board meetings, end quote. We are fully committed to preserving and protecting First Amendment rights, including freedom of speech.
Yeah, and the ATF is fully protecting gun owners and their rights. If you believe that, I had advice for some people on another video that I did. If you believe that the FBI is there, like he said, protecting rights, go to your kitchen. Find the biggest, heaviest frying pan that you have and beat yourself all in the fucking face with it until you pass out or you can have a logical thought. Once you can have a logical thought, come back and talk to the rest of us.
The statement said, the FBI's focus is on violence and
Mr.
threats
Chairman,
of violence
parliamentary
that
inquiry.
potentially violate federal law.
Is it appropriate on a unanimous consent request to read the full content of the item being submitted into the record? If it is, I object to that.
The chair will rule.
If that's the case, I have a point of order. I'd like to read the documents that I submitted earlier.
If we're talking about Jerry Nadler being the chair, it's just because his fat ass can't stand up for that long, and he leaves his permanent ass crack imprint in a chair.
If we're going to start reading them, Mr. Chairman, I would like to.
Point of order, it's too late.
It's never too late, sir. We haven't adjourned. Gentlemen.
Isn't there a song, Never Too Late? It's never too late.
We haven't even voted on this yet.
Gentlemen will suspend.
Mr. Chairman.
Because a number of members of both parties have to attend a signing ceremony at the White House shortly.
Mr. Chairman, it's our turn, though.
It's the signing ceremony for the arbitration bill on sexual assaults that we passed a few weeks ago. The markup stands in recess.
I'm shocked I wasn't invited to that.
Gee, I wonder. Wonder. Isn't that another song? Why in the hell he would end that right there when he's getting asked a very poignant question. But then all of a sudden, his little short fat ass, and realize I am a short fat ass. I'm 5'7". He has to go all of a sudden. This is the same dude who literally shit himself during a press conference, which is awfully fucking hysterical. And if you've never seen the video of Jerry Nadler shitting himself, well, you haven't lived at this point. So that is the entire, we are going to spy on you if you don't agree with the federal government hearing. I don't know necessarily how to finish that. Yeah, Kurt, we're still on, man. It takes a long time to go through a congressional hearing. Unfortunately, there are a lot of lies you have to keep pausing this shit on to go through. Hopefully you had a good night at work, man. Just saying. Yeah, hopefully you had a good night. So anyway, I think I'm going to end this here, guys. It has been a little over 5 hours going through this damn hearing. Son of a bitch. You guys that have hung out for this are fucking gladiators. Go buy yourself some ice cream at the first opportunity. Because you guys are fucking outstanding. I don't even know how you guys put up with this shit. Fuck, I don't know how I do this shit. But yeah, I'm out. I'm probably going to chill out for just a few and try to get some sleep. Luckily, I'm off in the morning, so I don't have to get up. And some of you probably do. I'm way sorry for you for having to be here for this. So I'm out. Love you guys. You guys all peace and harmony, and damn, you guys are fucking outstanding. I don't even know how to put it, man. You guys are fucking great. So have a good day tomorrow or today. It's a Monday. It's fucking 5 o'clock in the damn morning where I'm at. I don't even know how to end it, man. This has been such a freaking ride in this hearing. But this is what your government's trying to do to you. And hell, I just got to share the fucking pain with you guys. Bacon, you're outstanding for giving this type of stream a name. Bob said he fucked up his first wallet. At least it ain't your prison wallet, brother. I'm just saying it could be worse. If you fuck up your prison wallet, well, then you got more issues than what we can go through on a 5-hour fucking stream. So, yeah, I'm out, guys. I love each and every one of you. Be cool, perps. Because, hell, we're all going to be felons in the next little while. What did Bacon say? Hold on, let me pin that. If I'm going to listen to this kind of thing, I'd rather do it here. Yeah, you're a fucking sadist, Bacon. I'm just saying, you definitely like the pain. Yeah. Well, if we can get more lunatics to follow me like everybody else, we will have a fucking outstanding time in doing this shit. I'm just saying, that's the way it is. Because goddamn knows and goddamn Bacon, paying attention to what our Congress critters are doing is going to cause a few headaches. If you don't need AA right now, if you pay attention to what we're doing, you will in the future. I can pretty much guarantee it. Bacon shit, where's the damn link, man? Shit, jump in here. I still got another beer to drink and a cup and a cigarette to smoke. If I can quit clicking on the wrong damn button. Yeah, the freaking chat link's pinned. Someone jump in this shit, and we'll shoot the shit for a minute. There's Bacon. Sup?
Cool. My audio quality is gonna suck because I just got out of the shower and I don't think you want to see the aftermath. But
well, you know,
anybody who's followed me for this number of years, they should be used to that by now.
well, yeah, well, what can I say? I mean, if they followed you, they can handle me. Well, maybe not, because it's kind of one way or the other, I promise you.
I tell you what, just on this stream alone, I can tell you that it's one thing to subject yourself to dealing with this while you're sitting at home in your relative creature comforts, and you're drinking something, or smoking something, or maybe you're doing something else. I don't know what goes on in other people's households. And no judgment here, but you're doing something to take the edge off. You're enjoying your vice, and then you're listening to this stuff, and even the way that you make it, entertaining the way it is, it's like, okay, this is how sausage is made. Really, man, I really didn't want to know how sausage is made, but now I'm learning how sausage is made. Good Lord. There's another one. You're sober and you're working, and by the way, you're driving, a ton and a half of machinery to just make people's lives easier in one of the most retarded cities in the world. So you kind of have to pay attention, while you're watching this. Like, anytime it's like, okay, you know what? I can't think of a personality who could do this better, than you could, dude.
Oh, dude, that's a real low damn bar.
I don't know. Maybe Crump could do it because he does journalism and stuff. But the way you're able to come in and comment and all that stuff, it actually makes it a lot more bearable. Like, yeah, you talk about unloading the firearms, so you don't shoot anything, dude. Like, first of all, if I had a firearm in Seattle, I probably would have shot somebody by now.
I'm serious. This is the 17 I keep near me all the time. Yeah, pull the slide off, unload the mag. Yeah, just put it somewhere out of reach, because the shit we're gonna go through, you're probably gonna want to fucking shoot something.
Fuck, makes me want to question my humanity. Like, Jesus Christ.
Well, it lets you know the people that are supposed to represent us are absolute fucking full of shit. It will drive you up the fucking wall.
I mean, I wish I could say I was surprised, but then again, I've been outspoken against, the state for how many years now? I can't even fucking keep track.
Dude, I went back, when you posted like your page and everything, I went back and read a bunch of your stuff.
Really?
Oh yeah, dude. And you were completely fucking right. And if you look at what you wrote, fuck, I can't remember how far I made it. But if you look at what you wrote fucking like a year ago, it's a direct fucking link to where we got to where we are now. You're fucking damn Nostradamus. Because it's exactly how we got here. Exactly.
Jeez, I'm not even sure what you're referencing, but now I'm terrified.
Well, when you talked about things, like I said, I can't remember how far back I got it. It was at least a year and a half ago. When you're writing stuff about fucking race or the race theory or the government taking more control and all that. And yeah, here we are. Fucking ta-da.
Yeah, there was Following Rome's Footsteps, The Simple Path to Saving the United States. And I talked about removing, this is what we talked about in a different chat. It was like, which agency would I pick to if I had to pick one alphabet agency to get rid of, which one would I pick? Everyone goes to ATF. I pick the IRS because guess where the ATF gets their funding from?
Yeah,
Guess where all they get their funding from? Like make that shit private.
Yeah, the IRS is where the government gets their money from. If they don't get the money from the IRS, they don't have the money for anything else at all. And it was last night or what night before last or something. We were talking about that, and you mentioned that, and you were 100% right. I mean, fucking 1,000% right.
Yeah. Hey, that reminds me of a time where I actually used to do real work, intellectually. Damn, that was a long time ago.
Oh man. Now when you posted it's been about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, you posted a link to a lot of the articles and stuff you wrote. And I went back through and I was sitting there reading them, and those articles compared to where we're at now is a fucking direct line. It's like a fucking laser. And it's like, yep. I mean, you were fucking right then, you're right now.
Tell you what, trust me, thanks. I really do appreciate the compliment, but at the same time, you can understand why that is kind of fucking terrifying.
Oh yeah, dude, you fucking hate the fact you're wrong about that, or you're right about that shit. There's been plenty of times that I've told my wife and told other people that I know that I hate the fact that I'm right, but I'm right, and hell, I wish I was wrong. It's just, I wish I was wrong about the motivations of a lot of people in government, but I'm not. They're fucking complete status pieces of shit, and they will do anything they can to improve their power or keep their power or make more money.
Actually, you nailed it right there. You nailed it right there. Why do politicians continue to seek, more positions in politics? Why do they do it? They do it for power.
Well, yeah.
Because
Well,
power is, to like the 8th fucking exponential point is the most addictive thing in the universe. People think that vice just, people think vice just extends to, it's only physical. Like, okay, there's the booze I'm drinking, and, you're drinking, what was it, Keystone or something? And, there's the smokes you're having, there's the cigars that I'll have on my shows. Oh, people smoke, they smoke the devil's lettuce, or like the chick, I don't know what the fuck she was on tonight, but, she was at the Showbox tonight, and I don't know what the fuck she was on, but she was on something fucking serious, because all at the fucking first responders for her.
Oh, shit.
I can hear the conversations like, nah, she can't even go home in this state. Not the way she is. She needs to go to the hospital. And I tend to agree.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody ever talks about power as a fucking vice, or at least not many people do.
Well, power over another individual is and people, that is the biggest drug, the most addictive drug you will ever find. And that's the way our politicians operate. I mean, let's face it. Why do you spend, $10 million, $20 million, $30 million to get a job that only pays $120,000 a year?
Because first of all, because you get millions of dollars worth of other benefits that's off the table.
Yes.
But second, you get that power. You get that power rush. You get that leg up over other people, other humans.
Oh, yeah. Well, you got to figure when it comes to like the money end of it, they do crazy ass shit. Like, you get someone to write a book for you, and we'll buy the book, and you'll make millions off of it. and you don't have to do a damn thing. We'll buy 4 million copies of your book. We'll stick them in a warehouse. We'll throw them out and give them to people, and you're going to make all the money off of that book. And they do that shit all the time. I mean, that's how you get someone in Congress, whether it's the House or the Senate, that comes in and they were broke when they came in, but within a couple of years, they make millions of dollars.
Yeah, they come out millionaires when, even as the head of state, what was the last annual salary for that? It was like $220,000 when I was going to high school, and that was almost 20 years ago. What was it, 400,000 now? Something like that?
No, I think the average pay for the Senate or for the House was like 140, and the average pay for the Senate's like 180. The highest paid government employee was Dr. Fauci, who made like $430 a year or some shit. He got more than the president. The president of the United States only makes like $250,000 a year.
All right, so it's still around the same amount. Actually, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, that's not even keeping up with inflation.
No,
Yeah,
well,
we're not even talking about the inflation that we're dealing with now. We're just talking about regular inflation, which is still bad. That's beside the point.
Apparently, they just voted themselves like a 21% raise or some shit.
Damn.
It must be nice to work in a job where you can vote yourself a raise. Because the largest raise I've ever gotten working for a company was like probably 4%, somewhere around there. These assholes are voting themselves a 21% raise. I would really like a 21% raise, to say the least.
You know, the only way I've ever been able to vote myself a raise anywhere even close to that, actually even farther than that, come to think of it. You want to know how I actually managed to do that?
How's that?
I actually went and got a different fucking job in a different industry that paid a whole lot more, and that's what I do now.
Well, yeah, that would be the way the normal people do it. But no, these assholes in Congress, House or Senate, they just vote themselves a raise. Hey, I need an extra so many $1,000s a year. Let's write a bill and let's vote on it. And well, nobody's going to disagree with that bill because, hell, even if I'm a Republican and Democrat puts the bill in, am I going to disagree with making an extra, $6,000 or $8,000 a year? Fuck no.
Well, actually, no. It's funny. You know how your own words can come back to bite you in the ass. Nothing, nothing against what you said, but it's what you said before, and I totally agree with it. But you don't want to argue. The whole point of defending free speech is that you defend, speech that
you disagree
that others don't want to hear, that people disagree with. I think that'll qualify. But at least for most people who benefit from it obviously aren't going to disagree with it because they benefit from it. People like us who wouldn't, maybe will disagree with it. Maybe not. I'm not sure. I'm not here to speculate on how people, tend to think.
Well, when it comes to just actual speech, I'm 100%, just like I am with guns, I'm 100% absolutist. You should be able to say what you want to say. As long as you don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, rock and roll your bad self. That way, any racist out there who says some racist shit, well, you know where they're at. You can be like, well,
Exactly.
Racist. I don't need to fucking be around that guy.
Well, this is what I said earlier. All that does is out them.
Yeah.
No, I'll take that. Mind if I take this even further?
Yeah.
With a classic example.
Put them right out on Front Street. Put them right out there in the open so you know where they're at, and you know that person 100%. So there's no reason to put the pressure on them to make them hide. Because when they hide, let's be honest, there are people that you talk to some days.
It makes it a little bit harder to find them. I don't think I have to explain that.
Yeah, it's harder to find. Fuck them. Let them say what they want to say. Let them be out in the open. I mean, it's not that hard. If your fucking feelings are so sensitive that when someone says something you don't agree with, you get ass hurt over it, you need to develop some fucking calluses. Yeah.
Well, I'll throw the most extreme example out there. I'll see if you agree with me, and I'll hear you out. Because I'm not a snowflake, I guess. I think that's the term for him, at least.
No, go ahead.
Okay, free speech is okay, but anybody who yells fire in a crowded building, like they should be arrested or whatever.
Crowded theater, yeah.
I don't think that should be prosecuted either. And there's a reason to believe that. And here's the
go ahead.
Okay, that person is a fucking asshole. Don't get me wrong. I am not siding with that person in any way, shape, or form. But it's still his fucking speech. He's not calling into action. By the way, I'm not even for calls to action because that requires other people to take action. That requires action, and therefore, that goes beyond the First Amendment. That goes beyond free speech. If you're taking action, that's not talking. That's moving.
That's well, there are a couple different ways that you can look at that. One is, okay, if the theater is on fire, well, then me screaming fire is saving people's lives. And two, if I scream fire in a crowded theater, but no one gets hurt, well, then there's no crime there.
There's that. But even if someone gets either way, gets hurt, that's even worse. Again, I'm saying this as somebody who doesn't support saying fire in a crowded theater for no fucking reason.
No.
I want to make that clear. I am not for that. However, you should be allowed to say that. But here's the thing. You know what? If some asshat decides to fucking do that just to be a control or something, it's under the theater's jurisdiction whether he's allowed there. If it's something like a Regal cinema or something where it's like a chain, he got his name spread through that chain. That chain can spread it to the other, movie chains, however far it needs to go. This person specifically is doing that kind of thing. So, you know what? How about you not let this guy in because he likes to come in and he likes to sow fucking chaos. He's Peeves the Poltergeist. He's not even like Gerchop the Poltergeist over at Dark's channel. Like he's fucking he actually means fucking thing. No, at least Gerchop is fucking funny. This guy's an asshole. He's a real asshole. So don't let this guy in. You know what? We're not going to serve him. We're going to ostracize him. You know what? That's the ultimate thing. You know what? When it comes to okay, how do you deal with criminals? Well, you just don't deal with them. Oh, you're MS-13? Oh, you like to rape little girls and put their, the panties you took off of them on a tree as a fucking trophy and shit?
Well,
okay. Well, I'm not selling you any shoes. Sorry. I have the right to refuse service to anyone.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. It's again, I always fall back to the same position. All right. As long as what I'm doing doesn't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, then the government should leave me alone. If I'm doing something that wrongfully deprives someone else of life, liberty, or property, that's when the government should be involved. That's when they can take my freedom, and depending on the level at which I've done that, they can take it for a short time or a long time. It just
we can talk about how that isn't necessary, but that's a much more nuanced discussion, and I don't think you want to get into that at this hour of the night.
No,
I think it would be a good discussion, I'll tell you that. And if I'm going to have that with anybody, especially these days where I've basically just said, hey, you know what, fuck it, I'm just going to be a degenerate and fuck all this philosophy shit because no one listens anyways. If I'm going to do it anyway, I'll do it with you.
Yeah, dude, we got to get together one night. It won't be a share the pain stream, which I need to get you on share the pain stream with me, just so you can fucking enjoy the same shit and actually comment on it, so everybody can see it. But no, we need to get together and just, I don't
Share
know.
the pain stream with the goddamn bacon. What is he doing here? No, he's drunk as shit. He's still drinking. He's getting drunker by the minute.
Hey.
Why is he getting drunker by the minute? He's watching the same things, Coop is watching.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. You can't share the pain stream sober. There's no fucking way on the planet you can do it. The only way you could say you made it through a share the pain stream sober is if you're eating fucking pills the whole time. That's the only way.
That isn't sober, though, is it?
Yeah, it ain't necessarily sober. You just weren't drinking. I mean, this.
All right, fair. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I was high as shit. I just wasn't drunk.
Yeah, I just wasn't drunk. You know, there are people watching the stream. They got like a fucking.
That's got to be a fucking dude. That's got to be a quote on a shirt, man. If you ever get big, I want that quote on a shirt. Don't even give me credit for it.
I can
just put it on a shirt.
I can do
it.
Hey,
Share the pain stream. A Hall of Fame. I wasn't even drunk. Like, look, I wasn't. Hey, I wasn't even sober. I just wasn't drunk.
Dude, I can do a plasma cut this fucking week. I wasn't drunk, but I wasn't sober.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's about the only way you can make it through one of these. I still got to. I was gonna do a different one this week, but this fucking congressional hearing popped up, and I was like, shit.
No, you know what? I think the one that you did. And look, it's your show. I'm just a watcher, okay?
Dude.
But you know what? The case that you took here tonight. Look, everybody likes to cover the 2A stuff, and trust me, I get it. Cover the 2A stuff. Definitely cover the 2A stuff. Because if that falls, then what does history say about the 2A stuff? That what happens when you lose your right to bear arms?
Oh well, yeah. When you lose your right
for a friend. However, you know what? This is something that even non-2A people can relate to. You know, this is regarding the First Amendment. Oh, you say something that's wrong, and suddenly you're a fucking terrorist? Suddenly get knocks at your door? I mean, look, I've already had to deal with that, so I mean, it's kind of old hat for me, really, but And we talked about this the other night.
Yeah, luckily that's something I haven't had to deal with yet. Is it coming?
Lucky you.
It's probably fucking coming. Just
Look
because.
at you. Look at you. You haven't had to deal with it. I fucking have.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of us
I didn't even have anything to fucking do with it. I still got to fucking knock on my door.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of us are going to have to deal with it shortly. And it just depends right now, to be 100% honest about it, whether or not it is going to be time to let things go to the courts or whether it is going to be time to let lead fly. And that's on a knife's edge right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that you're right about.
Tara, have a good night at work, girl.
Who?
I can't remember when I posted that, but yeah, Tara Smith's Kitchen.
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah.
saw her. I saw her posting here. I wanted to say hi.
Yeah, she said she's headed to work. So, Tara, if you're still listening, have a good night at work. And I'm fixing to shut it down. I am going to.
Well, I think she's like me. Like her heading to work. Okay, that just means she just signed on, so she's working.
Yeah, which means, hell, I need to do a special stream for Tara because, hell, the girl can cook and I'm a cook. So,
oh, now that would be interesting.
I'm seriously thinking about doing a stream one night, of cooking homemade dinner rolls, just to do it.
Really?
Because, oh yeah, homemade yeast dinner rolls. Oh yeah. That's why my wife married me.
She married you for your culinary skills. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's the only reason she married me. It sure wasn't for my dick. But yeah.
I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that.
All right, Bacon.
I'm gonna assume that has something to do with that. I'm just saying. Look, I'm gonna bat for you. I don't know. I've never met you in person, but I'm just gonna bat for you. Just
Hey, if you ever make your ass down close to Alabama, brother, we'll meet up. But I'm out for the night, man.
You know, I got family down there.
Hey, well, fucking come on down, man.
Mississippi, but close enough.
Yeah, well, Mississippi, depending on how you come down, you'll come through Alabama. So if you ever come through Seal, Alabama, or Phoenix City, Alabama, you just let me know. We'll hook it up. We'll at least drink a
How
beer.
close is that to Mobile?
To Mobile? I'm a ways out.
I thought it was Mobile. Jesus Christ! Do you guys change the pronunciation of that goddamn town every goddamn 5 or 10 years?
Mobile. It's always been Mobile.
I thought it was Mobile. Jesus.
No. Mobile is someone in a fucking wheelchair. It's Mobile. Mobile is a hover round, motherfucker.
Jesus Christ. You're right. This stream does need to end. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I gotta get some rest, man. I gotta be up with the kids in a little while. So
You do that, man.
All you guys take it easy. I love all you guys. Y'all take it easy, and Coop is out. Later.
See you guys next week.
Later, brother.
Cheers.